Sounds good.
Let's go.
Alrighty, switching to the actual basic game view. Hello, welcome everybody to the Weird Monday stream for the first time. We are doing the first playtest, playthrough, whatever, of a Shining Force tabletop RPG system that I've been developing with the help of Ellison and Griffinblade. I've been working on this for like the past couple months, and this is our first time actually getting to test the thing. So I'll be running the game, and then joining me are Oppie, Nihil, Ellison, and Griffinblade, and I'll let them each introduce themselves briefly before we get underway.
Oppie, you go first.
Oh, we all talk at the same time, of course.
Of course.
Oppie,
I'm
alphabetical. Do it.
Oppie playing Shere Khan, the Tigerman fighter, and I have almost no experience with Shining Force whatsoever, so this will be fun.
Alright, if we go clockwise, that's Nihil next.
All right, my name is Nihil, being represented now by Nihilbot. I do a lot of Shining Force stuff on YouTube over at my channel, which is also called Nihil. You should be able to remember that. I do lots of other SRPG stuff, and Teodrin's over there sometimes too, so come check it out. Say hi.
I
Ellison,
am.
and
Oh,
am
I thought we
not.
were going clockwise.
Oh. Whoops. Go for it.
Anyway, so I'm Griffinblade77 or Griff. I'm playing Raddish, a Council mage. I am a game dev. I'm a pixel artist. I've played Shining Force since the day it came out in the US. And yeah, this is gonna be fun and interesting.
All right. I'm Ellison. I play Squirm, the yogurt ninja of the group, the fast-talking, very hungry, very confused, lost little yogurt. I designed the character sheets that everyone's going to be using, and I've worked with Teodrin to try to make some of the functionality work. So when there's problems with some of the tech stuff, it will be Teodrin's fault, but when everything's working well, then it's absolutely my doing.
Alright. And with that, I suppose we're ready to get underway.
All right.
So, it has been approximately 1 week since the attack on Guardiana took place. The forces of Runefaust swept in, did a large amount of damage on the city, as well as attempted to break through and open the Gate of the Ancients, located nearby. Repairs have begun, but only so much has been able to be done in the week since the Shining Force left. And in that time, there have been a number of volunteers who have come and helped, as well as the locals there, who have been repairing the damage done to their own homes and businesses. In particular, a group of mages from Man Arena have come to Guardiana in order to help with the efforts, many of them staying at the church there, led by Father Theodore in the repair efforts. This morning, the group there is awakened by the now familiar sounds of stew being prepared, of pots banging, bowls being prepared, and those who are there awaken, among those being a small yogurt ninja and a Cantal mage. And you are alerted to the sound of breakfast being served, and your other companions, the other three mages who are currently staying there, as well as a couple of others staying at the church while the repairs are being completed, make their way over to where the priest is serving up bowls of stew for the morning. He greets you, in turn nodding to each of those approaching. Good morning. I hope you all rested well. You're joined by, specifically, there's an old man who lives at the church, whose name is Bertram, as well as a woman named Angeline. There are the 3 other mages who traveled here with you, Raddish. There's Torin, who is a yellow-haired mage with blue robes. Garen, another mage who has purple hair and his robes are brown. And then Flora, the one female mage in your group. And they all say greetings to the priest as well. Well, do enjoy your breakfast, and afterwards I do have tasks for each of you to complete that your help has been requested. And you all kind of take seats on the pews, eating your breakfast. And as you are there, Torin sits next to you, Raddish. Says, well, good morning. Hope you slept well last night.
Yeah, same as most nights. I'm still getting used to this place.
Yeah. It's much different than living in Man Arena, isn't it? As he looks around at the soaring ceilings of the cathedral.
Yeah, it's dustier, for certain. But it's nice to be somewhere we can help. I miss the libraries of Manarina, but there's more for us to do here.
Well, if you ever get lonely, I've seen a few bookshelves there in the back.
Oh yes, there's many piles of books to clean up.
Alright, well. So what do you think of that one over there? And he nods over to where the yogurt is sitting on another pew.
I'm not quite sure what to make of him. I think I've seen a yogurt before on my way to Manarina. But I haven't ever really had a chance to get to know one. He looks rather hungry from how he's completely engulfing that bowl of food, but I hope that that doesn't turn dangerous.
Well, he hardly looks malicious. Can't imagine he's that dangerous.
Well, I don't know. I think anybody can be dangerous if you get him on the wrong day.
He clears his throat and cups his hand to his mouth and calls over in Squirm's direction. Oi, you dangerous!
What? No. What? No. I'm vicious. I'm viciously eating, but I'm not dangerous.
Yeah, I told you it wasn't dangerous.
Okay, that's fair. We could take him at his word.
Would you like to come over here and eat with us?
Can I? Sure. I'll take a bite.
Well,
And I will scurry on over, holding my bowl, kind of out, implying that I was invited over to be given food a little bit more.
Well, all right. He'll like kind of hold his bowl and like tip a little over the edge, just like enough that it's not nothing, but clearly not wanting to give up more than he has to.
Raddish just starts like eating faster.
Your patronage is very much appreciated.
Right. Well, I'm glad to make your acquaintance. My name is Torin, and he goes to, like, hold out his hand and like kind of balances his bowl in one arm and holds out a hand.
I'm not reaching for your bowl, but I am reaching up to shake your hand. I'm a short guy. I'm assuming Torin's a little taller than me. And that's okay.
And your name is?
My name is Squirm. I come from a long line of yogurts, but there don't seem to be any around here.
Oh, not that I've seen, no. And
Well, I'm not from these parts, I can tell you that much.
Where are you from?
Let's just say I come from across the sea.
Oh, okay. I'm from a bit farther north. The prairie of Pau.
the that's the town that never that moves all the time, right?
Well, yeah, the town moves sort of around the prairie, but my village, the village where I'm from, is a stationary village in the forest up near the prairie.
Ah, well, you could say I come from an area. Uh, it certainly isn't Runefost. Nope, Runefost. But it's definitely from the east. That's all you're getting out of me.
Right. A little secretive about our origins, are we?
It's more I'm geographically. I'm not geographically inclined. Okay.
Hmm. Fair enough. What brings you to this uh unfortunate state of affairs?
So it all starts when I was a stowaway on a boat. But before that, me and my brothers were trying to just get on by. Life wasn't so good for us over there in Runic. Yeah. Uh, anyway, I may have made an enemy, or at least a person who didn't think of me in too friendly of a way. I ended up on a boat. I don't know where the boat is, but I'm here. And, well, that's my story. I'd like to get home to make sure my brothers are okay. Until then, I have a stomach to fill.
I want to yell perception check, but I'm not going to.
Right. Everyone else around you is finishing up their meals, and you do as well. And as everyone else is getting finished, they make their way back towards the front of the church where Father Theodore is waiting for the rest of you to gather. And as the other two mages of your party reach the front, he begins conversing with them. And Torin stands up as he empties his bowl and kind of dusts off his robes a little bit from the admittedly dusty pews. Right, well, I suppose we should go and find out what it is we're wanted for today.
Yeah, let's see what we're in for.
And he takes his bowl and reaches towards each of your bowls.
I will place my bowl on his to stack them.
Mm-hmm. And he'll hold out the stack of bowls to you as well, Squirm.
I will lick my bowl clean before I place it on top of the pile.
All right. He takes a stack of bowls and heads towards the front, bringing the bowls with him. As you get up to the front, the other two mages, Garen and Flora, both walk away from the front of the church, heading back out towards the entrance. As they pass you, Garen gives a little wave. I'll see you this evening. Looks like we won't be working together today. And Theodore's face lights up as it always does when he sees you. I hope that the stew met with your approval.
It was quite good.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
It was warm. I love warm food.
I'm glad to hear it, my little friend. Today, your talents have been requested over at the tavern, where some damage was done to the stone walls, of which Torin's gifts could be of particular use in repairing, as well as to see if there is anything else which you might lend your hands to.
Okay.
All
Sounds
right.
really beat up.
We'll head over there right away.
Alright, I'm certain you know your way. It's over on the east side of town. Right. I think I've been by it before. Well then. Guess let's be on our way, shall we?
Are we all sort of generally equipped for the stuff that we have? We don't need to like go and grab supplies or anything like that.
For the most part, where repairs have been taking place, you're joining people who are already working on it, and the equipment's been provided. There isn't a great deal of equipment just stowed in the church.
Okay.
Because since the repair efforts are kind of across the whole city, there's kind of almost communal piles of supplies a lot of people are working from, and people are providing tools as they have them. So you head out the front door of the church, heading into Guardiana's, which is where you've been spending the last, few days of your life working here, helping out various people. It is... There's still a little bit of a almost sorrowful, quiet air in the aftermath of the attack. It's been, as you know, only a week or so since the attacks, and most of the houses are still quite in disrepair. But there's a little bit of a sense of hope as people work on the houses. You can see a few of the men working on the house in the center of town, and you can hear people humming and whistling a little bit as they work, quietly and a little slowly, but things are starting to get a little bit back to normal. Oh, let's see. It should be, if we really follow this road through the center of town, we should be right there, I think. And Torin kind of leads you towards through the center of town, in the direction of the tavern.
Okay. Do we see anything, I guess, of note or that stands out on our way over there?
Let's see. Of note, you can see the inn in particular is still pretty destroyed, which is why the people helping with repairs are staying at the church rather than at the inn. There's an entire wall still missing from the establishment, but the innkeeper's been insistent on repairs being done on other buildings before his.
Okay.
The guardhouse is getting close to completion, which was destroyed during the attack pretty heavily. The shops are doing business. Only yesterday did they start doing business again. They were able to get enough stock in, get walls put back up, and they're now doing business. They've only got a couple of customers as you're walking by that you can see, as most people are not focused on buying and selling right now. But they are once more doing business. The tavern, as you're coming around the corner, you can see is damaged, as was mentioned. It escaped relatively unscathed, being far from the entrance of the town, and not being of particular interest to the attackers, it seems. It's one of the buildings in better shape, but there's been a little bit of damage to the walls and the foundation, and you know that that's the reason Torin was sent here specifically, is that being a earth-centric mage, his talents have been of great use in repairing a lot of the damaged stonework around the city.
Yeah.
Aside from that, if you'd like to roll me a perception check.
Sure, hold on. So, let's see.
So it's 2d6, and you want to roll your perception or less.
Oh, that's right. We're
Yeah, it's a roll under system.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
You can roll as well, Squirm, if you want to look around.
I rolled my perception.
Okay.
Okay, so if I meet it,
So if you meet it exactly, it's a success
passes?
with a margin
Okay.
of 0.
Okay,
So
got
like
it.
the amount you fail or succeed can sometimes matter. It's
Ooh, okay.
so, but a margin of 0 is like, you just met it.
right? Okay, cool.
And you can see as you're heading towards the tavern that there's a good bit of motion inside. The door is open, and there seems to be a few people inside animatedly talking.
Do I notice an old dwarf
Uh,
in green armor?
as you get closer, you can get a glimpse of a white-bearded dwarf and hear the familiar voice of the town drunk.
I haven't seen anybody like what you're talking about.
What's going on in here?
As you walk in, you come upon a scene where the barkeeper is kind of watching with curiosity as the dwarf is in louder conversation than you feel like it probably needs to be with a large tiger man who you're unfamiliar with.
Ooh, okay.
Well, this stranger came in here from outside the city, and he's looking for some general of Rune Faust. I told him I had never seen one of them.
Well, the Runefaust army was here, was it not? The general must be leading it.
They left a week ago. Whoever you're looking for ain't been here.
Waste of time.
Maybe they know who you're talking about. I never leave this city. There ain't nothing out there for me.
The Tiger Man raises his eyebrow and looks to the door.
Hello, sir? I don't know what it is you seek. I'm just here to work on the walls.
I seek battle. I have completed my training, and it is time to fight. But I came too late, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think the fight that you're looking for is here with us.
Well, no, I was not going to fight you little creatures.
Well, who did you come to fight? If you
Well,
got here
yes,
this
worthy.
late, certainly you had someone in mind.
General Rudius Donlot, who I have heard is quite strong. But if he is left with the Runefaust army, then... And he kind of just huffs. Like, there is nothing to be done, except for chase him down. You wouldn't happen to know where he is?
Rudius, that's not a name I'm familiar with. Don't know about
no.
you two.
I haven't. We've been here a handful of days. I haven't seen any generals around at all.
I've only been in this town for a couple of days. I don't know any army.
And the last Runefaust soldiers who were here left a week ago after they were fought off.
Well, if they were defeated, then maybe they weren't worth my time.
I'm not really sure. I must say the name that you mentioned doesn't even ring a bell. The army that attacked here was led by Cain.
Keen. That name does not ring a bell either. But if he was defeated here, then that is fine.
Right, well, how about I buy you a drink?
I could use a drink.
Right. Well, Tobias, for a friend here. And the barkeeper nods and pulls out a bottle and a glass.
For me too, for putting up with his talk.
And he shakes his head and grabs another glass and pours drinks for both the Tiger Man and the dwarf. Pushes them in front of them, and Torin tossed him a couple of coins. Well, I'm gonna go work on the wall. You two can see if there's anything else you can do around here. I shouldn't need your help with this. It looks like mostly stonework.
I kind of nod to Torin. Raddish looks around. Is there any? Are there any like fireplaces or anything that would need to be lit, or candles or anything that have been blown out? Anything that looks like it might, be something that he could tend to, aside from just moving bricks around.
So there is a there's a wood burning stove in the back. There is also a shelf that's been it was clearly knocked over. It's now put back in place, but a lot of the shelves have been knocked askew. And the things on it are leaning quite heavily. It's very damaged. One of the shelves is broken in half and is kind of like propped up with other items beneath it, trying to make it level. There's kind of like a reddish tablecloth along the bar, and it's frayed and torn a bit. It's not in terrible shape, but it's clearly seen better days, probably damaged a little bit in whatever assault did happen in the tavern. Aside from that, the interior looks to be in pretty good shape. As mentioned, it wasn't too heavily damaged overall. So the things in the interior are not that bad. There was a little bit of stray battle, but given the fact that, that Gort was here, he seems to have fought off any attackers that came in pretty effectively.
Well, in that case, I will just, I guess, sort of shadow Torin, see if I can help him with anything, and kind of right any objects that have obviously fallen over or fallen off whatever they were on, assuming what they were on is still stable.
Okay. What are you up to, Squirm?
I'm going to look around for damaged objects in general that are not wall, like table, chair, floorboard pieces, things that are little like tripping hazards. I'm a little guy. I can pick them up and pile them up out of the way.
All right. If you want to go ahead and roll me scrounging, then.
Scrounging.
Yes.
No, I will do this officially because I couldn't find my dice, so I'm using my dice roll.
Oh, okay.
Scrounging. So just 1d?
It's a 2d6 versus your perception, unless you've modified it.
I have not. I rolled a 9. Versus my perception of 7.
Ah, okay. You do a little bit of work on the floor. Moving the big obvious things. The biggest thing of note you find is just like probably a 6-inch portion of a bar stool leg that's been broken off. Aside from that, you do move a little bit of odds and ends around. Clean up a bit.
I'm helping.
Raddish, you do follow Torin. He gives you some things to do with helping him. He's performing most of the repairs using Shape Earth, which is magic you've seen him use before on many of the structures as he kind of moves the stone and molds it back into its shapes. He has you give him a little bit of help with like the exact shaping of the blocks. You feel like almost it's a little bit of a pity task that he's giving you, with there not being much else for you to do, and that you've seen him do this before on his own. But he's helping you keep busy, at least. Shere, you're kind of watching this happen a little bit as these three interlopers are now moving around the tavern a bit, working on the walls, crawling around on the floor, and picking things up. And you're kind of left to watch this with your only other companionship being the tavern keeper, who is going about his own things, kind of rearranging things on the shelves, trying to get his counter arranged the way he likes it, and the dwarf with which you'd been arguing, who is giving you the cold shoulder and turned like half away from you as he has his own drink. And repairs proceed apace. After probably about 15 minutes to half an hour of work, somewhere between that time frame, Torin says, right, I think that's about all I can really do here. Everything else is more general picking things up, or it looks like you clearly motions towards the shelves, needs some kind of woodworking repair, and I'm unfortunately not too skilled at that. He says, right, well, thank you very much for your help anyway. I'll tell Theodore you were a great help. And suddenly you hear the sound of a lot of voices outside, out towards the center of town. You hear some kind of commotion and a lot of footsteps rushing towards the center of town very quickly.
What sort of footsteps?
Like
running scattered, like organized?
Not organized, more of a running gathering. Where it sounds like footsteps that are afar off are all kind of moving towards one place, but not in like an organized manner. Almost like a crowd gathering kind of sound.
I have... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say I have canine nose, which gives me perception checks at advantage for scent-based things, but it's only within 10 feet of me, and I don't think that we're close enough yet, so never mind.
No.
But in hearing this, I'm definitely alerted to it, and we'll probably make my way for the entrance to the tavern to see if I can see anything.
Right. Like, what's that? And Gort's gonna get up as well, and it's kind of like peering like near you through the doorway as well, and you can see that there is a group of people gathering towards the center of town. So there's a building kind of between the tavern door and the gate. That's where the guardhouse is. You can see people kind of heading down that path between the guardhouse and the inn that are across from one another, and kind of stopping and forming a little bit of a clump of people. You can see them kind of craning their necks to like look past one another, and some of them are whispering to one another. But you can't see past the guardhouse to see whatever it is that they're gathering near.
I will look back to Torin and say, you think we should check this out?
I suppose we might as well. We're leaving anyway, so we can stop on our way at the very least.
Yeah. Squirm, are you staying here?
No, that really tired me out. I think I'll come and take a break with you guys.
Okay.
I'm completely faking being tired. I just looking for an excuse to not have to do manual labor.
Well, I'm coming too, and Gort like pushes past you to be the first one out the door, and he's like heading down, scurrying as fast as legs can carry him.
If he's going, maybe there's a fight. That would be good.
Okay, so are all of you heading down that way?
Yep, sounds like it.
All right. So you make your way down the path. You seem to be some of the latest comers to the group. There's like one other old man making his way there at the same time you are at a leisurely pace. Everyone else who seems to be going has already made it. And you find yourselves at the back of the crowd. I would like perception checks from each of you, as you're trying to see through the crowd.
Okay, I rolled under. I rolled a 5.
Okay.
Yep, 6 of 8.
5 of 7.
Okay. So all of you manage to find your way to see through the crowd. Shere, you're pretty tall and you can see over most of them. Squirm, you can see under. And Raddish, you have to work the hardest to make do. But you do manage to find a window in the crowd. And you can see that what pretty much everyone in town seems to be here is looking at is that there are 2 of the soldiers, 2 of the guards who, work in Guardiana. You can't tell which ones with their back to you. But they're standing anxiously with weapons drawn at a tall metal man dressed in flowing orange robes, who is kind of standing right by the gate and is swiveling his head slowly, just taking in the crowd.
Raddish, what the heck is that?
I don't quite know. I haven't seen that before. I'm not within 10 feet of it, but can I sort of wiggle my way through the crowd to get closer to 10 feet?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. So if I'm within 10 feet, I can see magical auras around any object or creature. Do I sense anything?
You do determine that there is a slight magical aura.
Okay. I will keep this to myself for now.
Nihil, as you have entered town, you were quickly, you might say, accosted by 2 guards at the gate, but they seem too frightened of you to have gotten too close. Despite that, your presence has quickly gathered a lot of attention from the townsfolk, who have all gathered. Their dress is quaint, and you aren't quite sure why they seem so shocked at your appearance in their city. But you have quickly amassed a crowd, all standing before you. And you kind of glance down as a small black-furred dog-like mage breaks through the front of the ranks and is looking up at you.
Greetings, travelers. How's that sound?
That's pretty good. I was not expecting him. That's pretty good.
That's awesome.
Is this town the town known as Guardiana?
I'll shout from the back. Yes!
Yeah, I don't think Raddish is going to say anything right now.
I am asking you, small dog thing.
Oh, yes. This is Guardiana, or hopes to be again.
That is good news. My power-saving mode has been disrupted, and I have awoken to the chaos of this land.
Where did you awaken from?
That is unclear and unimportant. Is Guardiana still responsible for the sacred charge that your ancestors laid upon you?
I don't know anything about that. I'm just here to help.
How is the crowd handling this?
Kind of at the sound of this being speaking, you could see that probably about half have not necessarily dispersed, but have fled kind of behind corners and buildings and are kind of watching, cowering at this commanding voice. You could see that one of the other guards who had kind of arrived with the crowd, you noticed from the back as he sprinted away back in the direction of the castle, And he's running towards the north end of the town, heading to probably report to somebody whatever's going on. The soldiers who are standing near this figure have taken a couple more steps back, even as he himself is not moving, giving him more space. And there are a few stout-hearted folk who are standing their ground. Torin's taken a couple of steps back. Gort has taken the dispersing crowd to step forward a little bit, and you can see that his hand is on the handle of the axe on his belt. So kind of a mixed response, a little bit. There's definitely a overriding sense of people being afraid, specifically once it started speaking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, not nearly as much curiosity as I was hoping for. Bork. Sorry.
The gate of the ancients is being threatened. Please direct me to the nearest competent life form.
It's being threatened?
What gate are you talking about?
The gate that my creators left. Guardiana was charged to guard it. I see that they have fallen down on the job.
Well, I assume the people you want to talk to are probably up at the castle.
Then up to the castle I go. You have been helpful, small one. Your image shall be recorded for my memory banks.
Raddish is uncertain how to feel about everything that just happened.
I'm going to run up to Raddish, and I'm going to kind of stand behind Raddish, big, brave, strong Raddish, and say, I think if we stay in this thing's good graces, it'll leave us alone and not give us any trouble.
It seems to be the case. I'm hopeful that is the case.
Hey, why don't you follow us to the castle? We'll help you out, buddy.
Affirmative.
Raddish is just gonna look at Torin and be like, "What do we do?"
Well, you said we're going to the castle. I guess we go to the castle. Right?
This thing is here to go to the castle. If we make it angry, it's probably going to cause a ruckus. We don't need any more of that here.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the castle. Raddish is gonna look at Gort. What is Gort doing?
Gort has not really eased up on his, like, ready to fight kind of stance. You don't know how many drinks he's had in his system, but he looks like he's willing to fight this thing.
Okay. Fair enough.
But listening to what you guys are saying, he's kind of like stepping a little to the side, but he's kind of hunched over, just glaring at this big thing. He's trying to intimidate it in return, which, with his small stature, you're not sure how effective that would be. But he's certainly doing his darndest to glare down this metal man.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will accompany him to the castle.
Okay. So you guys turn and head your way up towards the castle, heading through the center of town with the metallic heavy footfalls behind you of this new arrival to Guardiana. You make your way past the shop, past a few of the houses, and everyone is still kind of watching this procession as now you are leading the man thing up towards the castle. As you go further towards the castle, there's kind of the city falls away to some foliage heading up to the high castle gates. And at the castle, you can see that there are 2 guards posted on either side of the gate. And as you get you probably get about 10 yards away before you can see there's a balding man who you recognize as Regent Horus, who has been, from what you understand, given charge of the city until Queen Henri returns, as you've been told is going to happen after the king's unfortunate passing. And he rushes out, like, to the castle gate and a couple paces past where the guards are, and calls out to you, "Hail! State your business."
My business is the gate of the ancients. Which human leads you?
Well, for the time being, I suppose it's I. What about the gate?
You have failed in your charge to protect the gate. It is beset by the forces of darkness. Recording your image for posterity.
I'm not certain of what you speak. A force was dispatched to the gate a week ago, and those there were defeated soundly.
Your forces were defeated?
No, the forces of Runefast, the monsters who were at the gate.
Well, it seems that more have arrived. How do you plan to deal with this new crisis, leader?
You can see his shoulders kind of slump. Well, I don't know. We lack the forces to... We don't... Everyone at the city was defeated. The group that went and fought there, they've headed north long since. We don't have anyone besides volunteers here capable of battle.
Who are said volunteers?
Well,
Shere perks up. It's like, battle? I volunteer.
that's...
Excellent. I calculate our probability of winning to be 26%.
Well, I'm still learning, but I do know some magic that could be helpful, and Torin as well.
Torin's kind of like looking at you like wide-eyed, like, Raddish.
Well, it's true.
If you insist.
I mean, we're here to help. That doesn't necessarily just mean rebuilding.
Magic. I am glad to see that Guardiana has not forgotten everything.
I mean, at the very least, we all know there's bats around.
Yeah, I suppose I'll come to.
Bats. In my time, we called them squigs. Updated.
I guess I'll come too. I'm sure I can provide some help. I am
Excellent.
pretty fast.
Our chances have risen to 65%. This is an acceptable margin.
And Horace kind of looks at you all. Well, I was unexpected. I suppose for our part, well, all I can offer you is some slight pay in advance for taking care of whatever's going on here. Give me just a moment and I'll retrieve you some small monetary remuneration. And he heads back through the castle gate. And after a few moments returns with a small pouch making clinking sounds and holds out, "Here, this should be something, I suppose, for anything you need for the road."
Is this when the little the Shining Force has received 100 gold pops up.
Yes, pretty much. I don't know who's taking it, but whoever is taking the pouch from him.
I'm not gonna take it. Raddish will not take it.
I shall distribute the gold evenly to. Are you party members?
Under the circumstances, I suppose so.
Excellent. You will be paid a fair share.
Oh my god.
So loud. That's
When
perfect.
it happened.
You do receive 100 gold.
Don't forget about me. Flo has joined.
Wait, what other sounds do you have?
I got a load. What do you want?
Oh, actually, I thought it was Tiandrin that did that.
No,
but,
that's him.
Oh, that's really funny. No, I was curious if you had the chest opening.
The opening chest sound, yeah.
It'll take me a minute to get it, but I'll get it going.
Yeah. Fair enough. That adds a lot though. That's really cool.
Well then,
The gold has been safely stored. I am ready to approach objective.
right.
How was it distributed again?
I think he just stored it.
I have stored the gold. If you need anything, just voice your concern.
Okay.
As a robot, I want for nothing.
Raddish, have you ever seen one of these before? A robot?
No, I definitely have not. I heard, I read about the ancients making all sorts of metal mechanical creatures back, eons ago. I haven't seen any before.
News to me as well. But if he leads us to battle, then I am satisfied.
Right then. I suppose you know where we're going, so do lead on. I think I've got everything I should need, but the shop is on the way out of town if there's anything the rest of you think we need to pick up.
Good question. Is there anything we need?
I'm fairly well equipped for my needs.
I've been prepared for travel since the day I got here.
Well, no time to waste then.
Are we ready to set off?
Affirmative.
Excellent. Then we shall leave through the front gate.
Right, you guys make your way back through Guardiana towards the front gate. Similar to your way up to the castle, you are carefully watched by everyone else in town as you leave. And Gort has not moved from where he was, and as you approach once more, he continues to try and intimidate the robot. As you make your way towards the exit of town.
And don't you come back.
Threat detection low. I will do whatever my programming dictates. Low.
I don't know what that means.
As you walk past him.
Nihilbot shall remember this.
You make your way out of Guardiana. And Nihilbot, as he appears to refer to himself, turns you towards the east and begins heading towards the mountain range off in that direction. I would like hiking rolls from everyone.
Ready?
Okay. I am 6 out of 6 again.
Okay. Oh, and I need to roll Torrent as well.
Ooh, 8 out of 9.
Oh, whoops. It's a D2 or 2D6, right?
Yeah, 2d6. A d2. Just flip a coin.
I rolled an 8, and I have a 4 in hiking.
Okay.
Calculating. I have rolled a 5.
And what is your hiking skill? Which should be based on your health.
Just my health number?
Probably, unless you've modified it.
It is 7.
Alright. You make pretty good time hiking towards the supposed location of the gate. The only person who has any amount of slowing down is Squirm, who is struggling to keep up with the generally taller party that he's traveling with. You do lose 1 MP, Squirm, due to exhaustion over the course of the hike.
Oh.
But you make your way up through the hilly terrain, through the trees, and you come upon what most of you are seeing for the first time. A moderately sized stone structure, probably half the size of the castle, kind of just jutting up in the middle of the hills out here on the eastern side of the landmass. What is that? Is that the gate?
Affirmative.
Well, what is it?
It is the gate.
Well, right, but
Very informative.
How close are we to the gate?
at this point, let's say you're probably 30 to 40 yards away.
Okay.
You've got a little bit of distance from it.
Right, so we can see. Well, okay. We're post like chapter 1 basically. So we would see like the big chasm through
Yes,
the gate.
there is the large chasm that is breaking through the gate. It is present, as there's this large gouge in the land, which as you because you're approaching from the north, as you get a little bit further around the gate, you can see where the wall is broken down in a large section, and that's when you coming over a curve of a hill, you see that large just gouge across the countryside that leads all the way down to the ocean you can see in the south.
Interesting.
Well, we are at the gate. Where are these foes you mentioned?
Yeah, 30, 40 yards, we could see movement if there was any, since it's kind of busted open, right?
Yes. So go ahead and everyone roll me perception.
The 5 of 8.
Has a 6 under 7.
Nihilbot is new to this. How do I roll perception?
So you can see where your perception is on your sheet, right?
It's at the bottom of core stats.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what you roll is roll 2 6-sided dice, and then your goal is to roll equal or below whatever your perception value is.
I am 4 of 9.
Okay.
I have rolled an 11.
Okay. Everybody besides Nihilbot does see through the crack. You spot a little bit of movement. You're a little too far out to see what exactly it is, because the movement is rapid and whatever is in there is kind of scurrying around past this one point of view you have. but you can see that there definitely are things there, and as you get closer, you can hear the sounds of voices. It's kind of,
Nothing over here. Nothing over here, boss.
and general sounds of negative reports of whatever these beings are looking for.
I would like to approach stealthily.
Okay, in that case, I need you to roll me a stealth check.
I had a feeling you
Ooh,
were
yeah.
gonna say
Let's
that.
do it.
That's a 7, and my stealth is a 16.
Okay, that's a success.
Yeah.
Shere also tries to stealth, but it's an 8 out of 3.
Okay. Is anyone else trying to join the stealthy approach?
I see the others stealthing, and I'm gonna try. Hold on.
Okay, Torin will follow your lead and will as well.
I rolled an 11 out of 5. Oh wait, hold on. Yep, 11 out of 5.
Okay. Nihil, are you coming as well?
What are you doing? My sensors do not indicate any life forms.
Well, maybe there's more of you in there. Because I can hear talking.
My brothers are kind.
Then go and introduce yourself. Tell them that you're here.
There were no robots next to me when I awoke. This leads me to calculate the probability that the sounds you're hearing are not robots.
Then stay here. I'd rather figure out what's in there before it gets me.
I will observe.
You do that.
Alright. So Nihilbot hangs back. The rest of you make your approach mostly stealthily as Shere Khan plows through bushes and trees. Everyone else is very quiet, but it's kind of made moot. You do, though, accounting for this, kind of circle a little bit wider, trying to keep yourselves a little unheard, or at least further out of earshot than you would be otherwise. And as you kind of circle around and get a little close to the entrance, you can see inside of the large stone structure, there is a group of 8 figures. There's a centaur, there are 2 larger, bulkier creatures, and then there are 5 smaller humanoid figures. All of them appear to be armed. They're not particularly standing guard or anything at the moment, but rather searching around the interior of this structure, going around the walls, looking at the floor. At the far side of the structure, you can see the centauroid figure has its attention mostly focused on these large doors opposite the entrance you're looking at. They do not appear, as far as you can tell, to have noticed you yet.
Am I within 10 feet of anything? Does anything appear magical to me?
You're certainly not within 10 feet of any of the creatures.
Okay. Okay.
Nothing at where you're at, kind of among the bushes near the structure, appears to be magical, no.
Okay.
Nihilbot has begun to assume the party has perished. Nihilbot will attempt to approach.
Amazing.
All right. Nihilbot approaches. You hear further crashing behind you, and kind of glancing over your shoulders, you can see Nihil heading towards your location, standing for all I know, completely straight, walking purposefully in your direction.
That is as much as I can assume. I think Raddish is going to try and silently communicate or get Nihilbot's attention that he's about to blow our cover. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but...
I think what you probably need to do is roll me gesture.
Okay, let's see.
With advantage. That's an easy thing to gesture.
Okay, so...
So with advantage, you roll 1d6 and 1d4.
Okay, I rolled a 6 of 8.
Okay. Nihil, you see the small dog figure gesturing to you very clearly that he wants you to stop.
Hello, small dog.
I just wave, but then also, like, keep my hands up in the don't come any closer motion.
I will pause.
Is Nihilbot just, like, blatantly saying all this out loud? I assume so.
I have turned down my audio output to what mortals would call a whisper.
I hear dice rolling, so we'll see what happens.
I'm just rolling perception for all the enemies here.
Oh, I
That's
figured.
all. Okay, for now it appears you've still remained unspotted, luckily.
Excellent.
I would like to do the, like, point to my eyes and then point inside gesture. Should I roll gesture again?
We'll allow the one you've got going to count for that.
Okay.
It is okay, small dog. I speak sign language.
And what are you trying to convey with this, exactly?
That we have seen things inside. I assume that I'm crouched, like, adjacent to the entrance, but not where they can see me.
Okay, so you're, like, kind of around the corner.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I shall fold my legs into the crouching position.
Alright. You can, as is being pointed out to you, Nihilbot, see inside, and looking around the corner, you can now also see the figures inside. And up closer, as you guys have now fully approached the structure, you can see that it's definitively a centaur in armor, 2 kind of hulking dark dwarf figures, and 5 goblins.
The army's in cahoots with goblins? What's the world coming to? This doesn't sound right. This doesn't sound right at all.
You hear a voice come from the Rune. Hurry up, you lot! We heard it should be around here. Want to find it by nightfall and head home.
They are attempting to enter the gate.
Well, where is it? They're already in the building.
It is that flat pad over there.
And what would entering the gate do exactly?
Unclear. This data is not found in my programming. I was merely charged with guarding the gate.
Hold on a second. Hey, big guy. And I'm looking at Shere.
Yes.
If they find a way into a gate, that means they won't be here. And you won't have anybody to beat up.
Ah, That'd be a shame, wouldn't it? Let's go get them.
I'm gonna hide behind here.
Okay. With that, are you kind of coming around the corner there?
I'd like to, yes.
Okay, in that case, I am going to have the battle map. Let me go ahead and send this link.
Does sheer count for
You
cover
guys?
since I get a boost?
Yes, although cover is not super useful except against range attacks. Unless you are inside of him, which you can't be.
Oh, so it's not like line of sight is.
It would count for line of sight. I meant like in the case of attacks.
Oh.
But yeah, so you guys should be able to click that link and then join the thing, and I'll change over the stream display. There we go. Let's see, I'll have to grant you guys like permission to join, I know. Admit you. You're already in. Admit you. And there we go.
Nice. Classic first battle.
Oh, yeah. So, as you can see with the fact you guys are in the bushes, you are allowed to move through the bushes, they're just higher movement penalty. So if you decide that you want to move through bushes, it is possible. Obviously, we're all kind of getting used to this tabletop system for running stuff, so there will be quirks. As far as turn order goes, I need to know people's agility.
Just flat agility?
Yeah, flat
mine
agility.
is -5.
Okay.
Squirm's agility is 16.
That's a little high.
Sheer's agility is 3.
Okay.
Nihilbot's agility is also 3.
Okay. Sounds good. For the time being, the enemy has not noticed you, so you do have a free round. So Squirm... Actually, I need to add Torin to this turn order as well. I need to not forget about him. His agility is 11, which is incredible.
Man. One Scorp man showing up.
You left him in town. So Squirm is first up. So you are able to... The way your turn works is you have... Your movement happens first, which is based on your move stat. Then you have a main action and a minor action during your turn. You can take both a main and a minor, or you may spend both of those actions for a major action, which is going to fall under your specials or spells. And then that's the end of your turn. That is the basic what happens during your turn. Oh, are you still there,
Right.
Ellie?
Huh?
You just fell off the player list on the thing, so I don't know.
I'm here.
Weird.
Move my
Okay,
little-
now you're back. I don't know why
Yeah.
it dropped you off of it.
Huh, okay.
Anyway, you are first up, and you have a move of, I think, 6?
A reasonable 6 move.
Reasonable, okay.
So bushes cost 3 move to move through a tile of. Regular terrain is obviously 1, and stairs cost 2 to get onto. But you can move laterally along stairs at a normal movement speed.
To confirm, Sheer is standing on a bush and is moving through.
Yeah, Sheer
ally.
is standing on a bush. Moving through an ally is perfectly fine.
Okay.
It doesn't add any movement. You can freely move through occupied space of allies.
Lamp is a bummer. I can't get very far. But that's okay. So 3 to move out of the bush. 4, 5, and then 6 right here in front of the stair. I will quicken myself.
Okay. Go
with a
ahead.
Nice old quick.
Alright, so you go ahead and cast Quick as your major action. That makes us to Torin's turn. He has a move of... Let me find it. 4. Let's see. Raddish is not on a bush, so he can move 1, 2, 3, 4, and he'll move up here onto the stairs. That brings us to Raddish's turn.
Okay, and he will move. I've duplicated myself. Hold on.
What a disaster. I don't think you can delete characters, so I'll delete the other one.
Okay, my push to talk duplicates me, so that's gonna be.
No.
Yep. don't hold alt, everybody.
This would be cloning yourself everywhere.
Yep. So I'll just not talk while I'm moving. I'm gonna move. I think up onto the stairs next to Torin. There may be unit permissions that we need to set up at some point.
I guess I can give you guys delete permission, just don't delete anything you shouldn't.
No, I mean, like, I don't know if it has...
Oh, I think I can actually set it to owner only.
Yeah,
see if now... Say... Oh, that means I have to set owners.
Yep.
So let's see. That one's Ellie. This one is Raddish. This Torin is still me. Shere... There you go, and then Nihilbot. And let me know if the battle map stuff that's going on goes off of what the stream view is. All right.
Oh yeah, because we'll have to.
Yeah, because I'm not monitoring the battle map constantly, because the stream view is different than my view.
Yeah.
Alrighty,
okay.
That brings us to Nihilbot and Shere. You can go in whichever order you prefer.
Here they move first.
All right. And because this is trees and foliage, I have no movement penalty.
Yes. Well, you don't have movement penalty from starting on it. It's if you're moving into terrain, then it takes the penalty. But yes, you have no penalty.
Sweet. And my move is 4. Okay.
And you can move through allies, but you can't end your turn on their space.
Yeah, so it looks like I can get here.
Yeah, you can reach.
If I was here, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe that's better. Maybe. Yeah, so I will flank around this side.
Okay. That brings us to Nihilbot's turn. Because you have the unstoppable ability as a robot, you are never stopped by terrain penalties.
Affirmative. That is my maximum move distance.
Alright. And keep in mind, even if you're not in range to do anything to enemies, you do have defensive actions that you can and probably should take at the ends of your turns.
Yeah.
So make sure you familiarize yourselves with defensive actions so you know what your options are. Since, in general, it's better to keep a defense up than not to, rather than ending your turn without one. Alright. As you all now move into view, you can see the southernmost goblin kind of turns to Rune and say,
"Hey, boss, we got trouble."
The Rune Knight turns to look at the rest of your group, surprised, like,
"Intruders! Get them out of here!"
And the enemy is now all alerted to your presence. Back at the top of the turn order, It is Squirm's turn.
So, my name is Squirm. I am quite fast. I will approach, and I will make myself even faster. I can do that by doing my move and not clicking myself on the screen. So I'm right there. I will blur myself. I'm twitching.
What's the cast time on Blur again?
Cast time on Blur is 4 seconds.
Okay, so it's going to be 4 rounds. You can start casting
that's
Blur.
where you change how it goes.
Yeah, rounds are 1 second now.
Ooh,
You can start casting
okay.
it, but it will take you multiple rounds.
That
know
is
what?
good to know.
I had forgotten that we'd done the 1 second.
Yes, I apologize. There was a change. Originally, we were going to do 5-second rounds. I ended up changing it down to 1 second to make movement distances make sense.
All right, then I will instead prepare a parry as a minor action.
Okay, you can also take a main action if you want to take a defensive main.
Is there a defensive parry?
I,
Oh no, Riposte is major.
let me find this.
Oh, I guess riposte is major. Yeah.
Riposte is main, so you could take riposte and a minor action, like evade or brace or something.
It shows as major on mine.
This is major.
That may have been updated. I copied it from what was originally
I think
given.
that's. I think that's an incorrectness of the character sheet. If you look at the actual like main action sheet, it's listed as a main action. There's only main or
Alright.
minors. None of those are major actions.
Actions list tab has. Oh, it does have main action. I think I may have classified those.
Yeah, so it looks like everything on the action tab that's listed as major should be a minor. Should be a main action. That's a misclassification that's just on the character sheets.
Okay, okay.
Sorry about that. I didn't happen to catch that.
No worries.
So what actions would you like to take, Squirm?
Okay. Main action. Riposte. Minor action. Does disadvantage apply double?
Does disadvantage apply double? What do you mean?
So riposte and parry both say the next melee attack on you has disadvantage.
You can't take 2 on the same column. Or no, wait, yeah, you can. Yeah, then yeah, you can double those. You can riposte and parry.
I will riposte and parry, and if I'm going to do that, then I'd like to instead move 1 spot closer.
Okay. That brings us to Torin's turn. Let's see. He's going to move 1, 2, 3, and he'll move a little bit further away. He doesn't have any good options for right now. Brings us to the Rune Knight. He's going to retreat back towards the gate. After that is Raddish once more.
Okay. These chunks of rock and rubble that are in are like that are
Yes,
right next to me.
The chunks of rock cost 2 move.
Okay, got it.
They do provide half cover, but
Okay. I was gonna say, how tall are they compared to me?
yeah.
Okay. Then I am going to just move behind this one. And yeah, I will stay there for now. I don't think there's anything that I need to do.
Tydrin, can you zoom out a little bit on the map?
Zoom out on the map? Yeah, I can do that.
The output needs to see the top 4.
How's
more
that?
rows.
Does that show well?
So I was actually going to say you could zoom in a little bit because we're all past the tree line now.
Yeah, I mainly don't want to hide the bottom of where you guys are behind your characters.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay, that'll do. You guys will move out from behind your own head soon enough. Alrighty. That brings us to Shere and Nihilbot.
All right. I want to keep just me first and then you.
Affirmative.
Sounds good. All right. I'm going to go ahead and move. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to take a charge. So I move again with a +1 move.
With 1 move. It's just you get a second move for 1 space.
Oh, hey, that's fine.
So it gives you 1 extra space, basically.
That's good for me. And then I will... Let's see here. Minor actions. I think I'll go ahead and do a also do a parry.
Okay.
Cool.
Nihilbot?
Terrain is irrelevant.
Alright, would you like to take any actions?
My databanks indicate no actions are available.
You do have defensive actions available.
Where do I find those?
Okay, those should be...
On your character action sheet, scroll to the right.
Yeah, if you don't have the window wide enough, you won't see the additional actions section. So there are the... there should be 2 blocks of actions you can take. Do you see those? Start with like bind, fake, feint, grapple.
I do.
Okay, so all of those, they're labeled as major, but they really are main. You can take 1 main action and 1 minor action, although the main actions are listed as major on this particular list. All of the defensive options you should be able to take right now with like no enemies near you. So anything among block, charge, cheer, encourage, guard, parry, reach. Well, reach doesn't help you. Riposte. Dodge, dig in, lock on, evade, brace, and aim are all available to you.
I see. I shall cheer for the hamster.
Okay. And you can take a main action as well if you would like to, which is, as I said before, typoed as major on here.
Say that one more time.
So you took your minor action, you still have your main action remaining, so you can take a main or a minor action. So you could also encourage another target, you could cheer somebody, or you could take like a guard or a dodge or something defensive on your side.
I shall also cheer the tiger man.
Okay, so both Ellie and Shere, you have advantage on your next action. That brings us to the goblin's turns. Alright, so this goblin is going to move 1, 2, 3, is going to make an attack on Ellie. Ellie, your evasion with quick up is... Can you hit me with that?
It is 6 evasion.
6 evasion. Okay, so he is going to be rolling against a 4 to hit you. That does not hit. Especially not with double disadvantage.
Okay.
Now, because you took a riposte, after that attack was made, you may immediately attack, feint, or grapple against this goblin. With advantage. Which is double advantage.
I will feint it out. Juke it.
You'll feint? Alright, so you're feint.
Feint.
Alright, so you are feinting with double advantage. So go ahead and roll that for me to roll a hit. The goblin does have an evasion of 1. So you have your accuracy -1, and you're rolling 2d4. Which actually is unfailable by you.
I rolled a 6 minus 1, 5.
No, it's your accuracy is penalized. So your accuracy is effectively 9 for this attack. But it doesn't matter because you can only roll an 8 at most. Alright, so you hit. Now you make a dex contest against him. So you roll 2d4 again against your dexterity stat.
I have rolled a 4.
Out of?
My dexterity stat is a 10.
Alright, he got a 7 of 8, so you win the contest. Because of that, For 1 round, any attacks against this goblin have advantage and deal plus 1d4 damage. I don't know. We'll just stick that on it, sure. That'll label it well enough. I don't have good pop-ups for all this.
Is that any attacks by Squirm?
Any attacks by anyone
Okay.
against it have advantage and deal extra damage.
Yeah.
Next goblin. 1, 2, 3, 4. He will approach downwards as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oop, there we go. I will get less clunky with this over time, I'm sure of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the Dark Dwarves are next. We'll move here, and that brings us back to Squirm. What would you like to do?
Well, you see, there's this cool thing I can do called stab. So I'm
It's
going
a
to
pretty cool attack.
stab. However, I'm going to do flip on my short sword to do it with.
Okay.
Assuming re-equipping is not.
Yeah,
That's
changing
consumable.
equipment is free. Doesn't take any actions.
All right.
That would be
So
mean.
that could it'd be mean if I took it from someone else's pocket. All right. Yeah. Full on straight up attack. Short sword. 1d6 plus 1. But I think I have to connect first.
Yeah, you have to connect first. You have advantage, so you're rolling 1d6 and 1d4.
Well, I have a base 10 accuracy. Am I really rolling?
His evasion's only 1, so technically, because you have 10 accuracy, he has 1 evasion, you're rolling against a 9. So technically, if you max roll, then you miss.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a 12.
Oh,
accuracy.
then in that case, no. You don't miss. So yeah, you can just go ahead and roll damage at that point with an additional 1d4.
1d4, 1d6. Output equals 5 plus 1 plus 1, 6, 7 damage total.
7 damage to Goblin A. Nice. As a very clean hit. Looks pretty hurt. Some serious damage you dealt to him. You do have a minor action remaining.
And I can still move, correct?
No, you can only take actions after moving. So you are locked in this spot now.
Well, I think that doing... You know what? I'm going in for the swing. I'm going to strike at him with a minor strike.
All right, go ahead and roll the strike.
Alright,
So
that's a
you are
minor-
at -3 accuracy for a strike, so you do need to roll for this one.
All right.
So that means you're rolling against an 8, I believe.
It is base 12 minus 3, so I'm rolling a 9.
-1 from the Goblin's evasion.
Ah, yes, that's right. Do I still have advantage on this?
Yes, you still have advantage. The advantage remains until a full round has passed.
All right, so rolling 2d4s. I rolled I'm sorry. Yes, rolling 2d4s.
It's
straight up,
1d4,
I got a-
1d6.
Bleh, bleh, bleh.
You have 1 instance of advantage.
I have a 3 plus 3, 6 for
Okay.
accuracy.
That is a hit. So go ahead and roll damage. It is halved because it's a strike.
1d6 plus 1. That's a max roll. So 6 plus 1 is 7, divided by 2, rounded.
Okay. Yeah, this goblin is down. I'll move him off to the side. Alright. After that, that brings us to Torin's turn. We will move 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to go ahead and cast. He will cast Quake 1. Let me pull up the stats for that real quick. I think he can cast Quake 1 in this circumstance. Yes. Alright, he is going to go ahead and cast that. That just immediately hits because it's a spell. That will be 1d4 plus his magic. That is 3 plus 6. That's 9 straight damage on that one. Try and keep track of all these numbers. On B. Alright, that one is nearly down from just that single hit. The Rune Knight is going to take a dodge action. And then pass the rest of its turn to Raddish.
Okay. So, you can, I think you can see on screen where my little thing is.
Yes, I can. That is not
is-
a valid tile.
Okay, wanted to check. So, I can't actually get to anybody yet. So
you
I'm
can
gonna...
get in range if you walked in front of Torin. But other than that, yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
If you if you move in an L shape through Shere.
Right. I'm pretty squishy. I don't know that I want to do that. I think I'm gonna go.
Well, are we allowed to strategize a little bit, meta?
I'll let you, especially since we're all learning the system.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do corpses take up an active block? Like if the goblin in front of that particular tire were to fall, and the goblin I took down fell, are those occupied spaces?
No, the spaces become unoccupied once they're fallen.
Okay.
Okay, so if you take this one out, then I can move my 4 and then be blocking.
Right, and then shield me. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's a good plan then. Okay. And I will cast Blaze 1. So, all right, so I expend 1 MP to do that.
Correct.
And then it's within range.
Yes.
It is a major action to cast a spell.
Correct.
And I just need to roll damage?
Yep, there's no dodging it.
Okay. So 1d8 plus 7.
Wait, are you casting Blaze or Bolt?
1d4.
Blaze is 1d4.
1d. Sorry, I have both on my sheet and I looked at
Yeah.
bolt instead. All right, hold on one sec. Nice, I rolled the 1. So that is 8 points of damage.
All right. I mean, 8 on a 1 is not bad.
No, that's true.
So yes, this goblin burned to a crisp. He's gone.
Nice.
That brings us to Shere. Assuming you guys are still moving that order. Alright. Are you taking any actions?
You may be muted if you're speaking.
Oh. Yep, forgot my push to talk again. Yeah, I'm super, like, Shere is super pumped, and he's moving up there, and I can do... The reactive ones are just defensive, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Block guard. Fake. No, those are all...
You do have the option if you want to go some on the offensive, you can use Encourage to help one of your allies. Otherwise, they're all pretty defensive unless you're charging again.
Yeah, I think I want to...
Or riposte.
Not... I'm probably going to have to... The next melee attack... You made it... Oh, of course! Oh, I can finally... Okay, I'm going to do a riposte as a main.
Okay.
And then... is it parry as a minor?
Yeah, if you parry as a minor, then they'll have double disadvantage on you.
Nice. That sounds good.
Alright. So you've got parry and riposte up. I'm just going to make myself a note. I've got 2 keyboards, so I keep typing on the wrong one. Alright, Nihilbot.
Affirmative. And I will block.
Okay, you can block. If you'd like, you can take an additional minor action. You could cheer people again.
Calculating. I shall cheer the Tigerman.
Okay.
Yay.
That is the goblin turn. So, we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 attack on you from this side. He is rolling at double disadvantage. What is your evasion for me, Shere?
It should be a whole 1.
1. Okay, so he is rolling against a 9 to hit.
Oh.
2d8. That is a hit, and that is going to be damage, which is 1d6 plus 2. That's not super good. Your defense is Shere.
It is 3.
Your defense is 3. That is exactly enough to take 0 damage from this attack.
Yeah, boy.
Now you make your riposte. Would you like to attack, feint, or grapple this goblin?
I would like to grapple him.
You would like to grapple. Okay.
Yes.
You do have advantage, so first you need to roll to hit. It's 1d6 plus 1d4.
That would be a 5.
And I believe your accuracy is high enough that that's going to hit for sure.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
it's 13.
Yep, that's going to hit. Alright, now you perform a strength contest against that goblin. So roll once again, 1d6 plus 1d4 against your strength.
Which is a 4 of 15.
Okay, he fails by 2. So, until your next turn, that goblin cannot move and has disadvantage on all actions.
Nice.
So he is locked in place. Next goblin. 1, 2 down, who's going to make an attack on Nihilbot. He does need to make a dex check in order to bypass the block. That is a 9 out of 8. He does not make it, so that attack does not hit. It is blocked.
Affirmative.
After that, this goblin will come down here against Shere Khan and make an attack with no disadvantage because your riposte and parry have been used up. That is a 7 out of 9 to hit. That is going to be another hit. Let's see if he can do damage this time. 5 plus 2 is 7. Your defense is 3. You take 4 damage.
Alright.
I've forgotten to be rolling for crits. That's what I've forgotten.
How does that work?
So after your attack hits, you're supposed to roll 2d6 again against your crit.
Ah.
And rolling a 2 is always a crit regardless of your actual crit number. So if your crit is like 0 or 1, you can still crit on a 2.
Okay.
But we're learning the system. That's my excuse. After that, Dark Dwarves. This one's just going to take one step that way, and they are both going to take dig in actions. That brings us back to the top of the turn order with Squirm.
Ooh. Alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I see the goblins have recovered from the purge of 400 years prior.
This goblin, how much HP does it have?
None of these 3 goblins have taken any damage yet.
I didn't think so. Okay. Alright. Remember that thing I did last time where I stabbed?
Yeah?
Well, this time I'm gonna stab.
Okay. A nice reprise.
I like to mix it up a little. This is a accuracy 12 short sword.
Accuracy 12, they have evasion 1, so you're rolling against an 11.
There's no advantage on this one, so
Correct.
I rolled a 2 plus 5, 7.
Okay. Now, that is a hit. Now, because I remembered, you need to roll again for crit.
1d6.
No, it's 2d6.
2d6. Well, whatever. We'll say the first one was a 6 already, so I bombed it.
Yeah, no dice. But you do get to roll damage.
Damage is 1d6 plus 1.
Yes, based on your sword.
I rolled another max roll, 6 plus 1, 7 damage.
7 damage minus their defense. All right, another very clean hit. Hit very hard. This goblin is not looking great. You do have your minor action remaining.
This time, as a minor action, instead of going for a super strike, I will instead prepare a parry.
Okay. That brings us to Taran. He was kind of blocked out where he is, so he is going to move 1, 2, 3. Yeah, and he is going to, targeting this goblin, he's going to cast... What's the name of that spell? I believe it is Aurora. He's going to cast Aurora targeted on this goblin. So that deals 3 plus 6, 9 damage. In addition, anyone adjacent to that goblin who has taken damage, which is just Shere, I believe, recovers 9 HP.
9. Whew.
Yes. And that goblin is blown asunder in the rays of light, of colorful, beautiful light.
Very nice.
Rune Knight time. The Rune Knight is going to approach slightly, still being mostly out of range. He's going to take a dig in and an evade action. I believe evade is the minor one. Yes, dig in, evade. That brings us to Raddish.
Okay. Raddish is going to stay where he is, and he is going to cast Blaze 1 on this goblin over here to the left of Shere.
Got it.
So I will expend my 1 MP again and do my roll. Nice. All right, 4 plus 7. So that's, what, 11 points of damage?
4 plus 7, 11 to that goblin.
Yep.
My goodness. He is definitely dead.
Nice. Roasting them.
Yes. You're clearing out these goblins quite easily. That brings us to Shere's turn.
All right. Shere is going to... Let's see. You can attack diagonally?
No, you cannot.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Unless you
could...
have reach or a 1/2 range weapon. Or...
That is true. You can take a reach minor action to effectively allow yourself to attack diagonally.
Okay.
It gives +1 range.
That's alright. I'm going to go ahead and move over here. Whoops. There we go. And then I will let you rotate that. I'm not sure quite how to do it.
Yeah, I'll deal with that in a second.
And then I'm going to strike this goblin in front of me. I say strike, I meant just attack.
Oh, yep. Let's go ahead and roll. He does have 1 evasion, but I think your accuracy is like 13.
Oh, wait, okay, so multiple strikes. If I take a main action and then I can attack again.
Yes, multiple strikes means after you take a main action, you can use multiple strikes to make an attack.
There we
and then
go.
if
Okay.
you want to, you can then use multiple strikes to make another attack if they're not dead yet. Or if there's
Another
another
one.
target in range.
Okay. So what would be good to...
Zoom in on the map again. I can do that for sure.
I don't really need to aim or lock on or anything, so... that's fine. So I'll just attack him once, and we'll go from there.
Okay. He has 1 evasion, which still means you cannot miss, but do go ahead and roll for crit.
5? I think
5
my
is
crit
just
4.
Yep, just 1 too high. But do go ahead and roll damage.
Right, so it's d6 plus 7. The 3, so 10 damage.
10 damage. A very heavy hit. He is still standing, but that was brutally effective.
Nice. Alright, so I'm going to do multiple strikes.
Okay. Go ahead and do spend the MP for it.
Alright. Alright, cool. And then it's a -4 to hit. So rolling against the 9 or less.
You're rolling against an 8.
Okay.
Because the enemy does have 1 evasion.
And that's a 4.
A 4. Alright, that is a hit. Go ahead and roll for crit. Not that it's probably necessary,
Ah,
but...
5.
Once
I'm
again,
gonna
just
do
short.
it.
Alright, roll damage.
Oh, 1. But that's still 8 damage.
That's still plenty to put this goblin down.
Nice.
Can you make it creative?
Once again,
Shere
there's
Khan.
nothing around you, Nile, but it is your turn.
Oh, Sheer's so happy. He's just
Excellent.
tore to pieces.
Technically, now could just yeet all the way up and smash a dark dwarf.
Now, real quick, can I, with taking multiple strikes, can I take a minor defensive action?
Let me reread it, but I believe that is the case, that it does not consume your action. It is listed as free, correct? Yes. So you
yes.
are still able to take a minor action. I'm sorry, I skipped that.
You're good. I just want to check. I will brace this time.
Okay. Now it's your turn, Nihilbot.
Excellent. I shall move to this location and block.
Alright. Would you like to take a minor action?
Yes. Actually, I'm going to repose.
You're going to riposte?
Affirmative.
Gotcha. Would you like to
I
take...
will also parry.
Also parry. Gotcha. Seems like a popular combo.
Affirmative.
Alright. Now you're near the Dark Dwarves. Let me just quickly update something on my stat side. Since all of the goblins are dead now.
As they should be.
Alrighty. This Dark Dwarf is going to come down and attack Shere. Now you're just braced, so it does not cause any additional penalties to their attack.
Yep.
He is going to spend 3 MP for Power Blow 1. Alright, so your evasion is...
1.
Only 1. And he does not have any kind of disadvantage, so he is rolling against a 7 to hit this. That's a 10. He does not connect.
Nice.
1, 2, 3 movement from this Dark Dwarf is going to come over here and attack Nihilbot. He does have double disadvantage on the attack. Nihilbot, your evasion is what again? I believe it's 1.
My evasion is indeed 1.
Okay, he does connect. I'm going to go ahead and roll for crits on this. He does not crit, luckily. However, he does connect, dealing 1d8 plus 3 damage against your defense of 5. He deals 5 damage against your defense of 5, so you take no damage. Because you riposted, you now may take an attack, feint, or grapple action against that Dark Dwarf.
I shall attack.
Alright. You do get advantage, so roll 1d6 and a 1d4 against your weapon's accuracy. Do you know where to find that information?
Yes.
Okay.
I have rolled a 4.
Out of...
Against 3.
Against what? I'm sorry?
3.
4 against 3? No, your
My weapon
accuracy of your
accuracy
weapon
is
is
3.
added to your accuracy stat.
Oh.
So... Yeah, so if you go to the Actions tab of your character page, up at the
That
very...
is not quite set up for me.
Right, but at the top... Let's see.
My accuracy is 6. Plus 3 would be 9.
Yes. Okay, so rolling a 4 would be 4 out of 9. On your action page, your attack is set up properly on the top center section with the leather glove. Okay, so that is a hit. So go ahead and roll a d6 and a d4 again for me to roll for crit.
I have rolled a 5.
Alright, that does not crit, but do go ahead and roll damage.
Which is what?
Your weapon is 1d4 minus 2, and your attack is plus 5, so it's 1d4 plus 3 is your final attack damage.
I rolled a 3.
A 3. Unfortunately, that is equal to the dwarf's defense, and he takes no damage.
Unfortunate.
That brings us back to the top of the turn order with Squirm.
Hey, Raddish. I heard you got a little shock. You want to test something out?
What do you have in mind?
Give me the old spray and shock. Doesn't get any faster than that.
All right, I'm just gonna come right here. I don't know if I want to do that yet, but I'm thinking about it for soon. But at the very least, I am going to utilize my Suiton spell.
Ooh.
Ah.
Suiton is a water elemental spell. It does a reasonable amount of, well, water damage. 1d6 plus 6 plus 5. So 1d6 plus 11 damage at base for me.
It is quite powerful.
And I'm going to get this dwarf right in the butt.
Right in the butt.
Alright, on Dark Dwarf B.
I can roll my 1d6 if you'd like, unless there's something else I need to roll first.
No, a spell's just auto hit, so spend the MP and roll the damage.
Damage. 2 plus... Well, 2 plus a lot.
I think that's 13
It's
is the
13
total.
damage total. Yep.
And that dwarf is
Dang.
immediately down in this plume of water that shoots up from the ground.
Get the heck out of here.
You just geyser him up over the wall.
Yeah, that
Pretty
guy's
much.
waterlogged, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Torin is going to...
I don't get a minor after that, right?
Correct. Any spell cast as a major action consumes both of your actions.
Okay.
Alright. Torin is going to hang back slightly, staying out of range of the Rune Knight. With that, it is going to be the Rune Knight's turn. He has a movement of, I think, enough. He's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and move up here to Squirm. He is, I think, just going to attack. What is your evasion?
Current evasion 5 plus 1 with quick boost for 6.
Okay, so he is going to simply attack. And he misses.
Nice.
He is going to, as a minor action, take an evade. And end his turn. Moving to Raddish.
Okay, so Raddish is going to move over by Torin. And then I'm going to assume that OG rules apply. and I'm going to point my wand up in the air and shoot a blast of magic up into the clouds and cast Bolt on this Rune Knight. But not hit Squirm.
Correct. It does not
Okay.
friendly fire.
Okay.
Combat spells do not friendly fire unless specified in their text.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, good.
That's what I assumed. So I'm gonna cast
I
Bolt.
like the idea of dodging for my life anyway.
Just the like dive for safety.
Did you roll damage?
Okay. Yep. So that's a 4 plus 7, so that's 11 points again.
All right, that's a pretty heavy hit as this lightning comes crashing down on the Rune Knight. It staggers quite a bit.
Yeah.
That brings us to Shere.
All right. So, Shere turns to face the other dwarf. Smile. Oh, he's just smiling with glee. And I'm going to. Oh, I can faint.
You can if you desire. And you can, I will note, if you desire to take your minor action before your main action, that is valid. So if you want to take a minor action that will set up your main action, that is something you can do.
Okay. I think faint is good. Bind, be fun. Well, let's just see if I don't just wreck him right now. So let's do a feint. So I have to roll to hit first.
And he has no evasion and your accuracy is 13, so you definitely hit.
Oh, then, Dex contest.
Dex contest. He got an 8 of 8.
I have 10 of 11?
10 of
13?
11?
No, where's my dex? Oh, 10 of 13. There it
Alright,
is.
so you do win.
Nice.
Now with that, all attacks against him have advantage and do plus 1d4 damage.
And then I'm gonna multi-strike him.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. You do take the
Ooh.
-4 accuracy, obviously. So you do need to roll against a 9.
But then I have advantage?
Yes,
with a
you're
D6
rolling-
and a D4?
Yeah, a 1d6 and 1d4 against a 9.
Cool. Which is good. That's an 8 out of 9 then.
8 out of 9. Okay, go ahead and roll against your
And then-
crit.
And it's the same dice?
Yes, because you still have advantage.
Nah,
Or
9.
things against it still have advantage. Okay, so then you roll damage, which is your regular damage plus 1d4.
So, this and then that. That is a total of 5 and a 7 is 12 damage.
12 damage. All right, that is a pretty heavy hit, also looking close to his last legs.
Cool. And then with my my minor is going to be a strike.
Okay, so that's additional -3.
Right. Let's see. So
You do still have advantage.
Sweet. That is an 8 out of. Well, because my accuracy is 15.
Actually, it's 15? I thought your accuracy was 13. Either way, it's still a success.
My dex is 13.
Oh, is your accuracy... Oh, yeah, your accuracy is up by your weapon. My bad.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead
so
and
I
roll for
hit.
crit.
I rolled a 4.
Okay, you do crit, so your damage after defense will be doubled.
Oh, so this is a which means it's normal because usually strikes are halved.
No, you roll the strike, the damage is halved, and then whatever gets over his defense is doubled.
Ah, okay. Well, let's see here.
So you do still
And I
deal the
rolled
plus
max
1d4.
damage.
Oh boy.
Oh, and it is okay. the D4 was not maxed. So that's 14 damage.
That divide by 2, right? So 7.
7.
Then his defense is 3. 4 times 2, that's 8 damage.
Nice.
Yeah, this Dark Dwarf is eliminated.
Nice.
Alright. That is the end of your turn. There's nobody else in range for your multi-strike unless you're going to hit Nihil.
You
No,
moved his
that's okay.
dwarf icon so fast off of the map
Wise choice.
that it was like you punched him right off of the screen.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Nihilbot's turn.
I will allow you to turn me human.
There you go.
I shall attempt to grapple.
Okay.
What do I need to roll for that?
Okay, so to grapple, you are going to roll your regular, like, accuracy to hit. So it would be 9, since it's your accuracy plus your weapon accuracy. And then if you hit, you get to make the contest for grapple.
What dice do I roll for that again?
Because there's nothing modifying this roll, you're rolling 2d6.
I have rolled a 5.
Alright. After that, you roll a strength contest, now that you're attempting to grapple him. So you're going to roll 2d6, and that's going to be against your strength value.
My strength value is 11. I have rolled a 2.
That is very lucky. He rolled a 3 out of 10. So you still managed to win. The Rune Knight cannot move and has disadvantage on all actions until Nihilbot's next turn.
Sweet.
Would you like to take a minor action?
Yes. I just don't know what it is yet. I shall attempt a strike.
Alright. So go ahead and roll against your accuracy minus 3, which in this case means you're rolling 2d6 against a 6.
I have rolled an 11.
Unfortunately, your strike misses.
I am literally holding the man.
Alright, all of the Dark Dwarves are dead, which brings it back to Squirm's turn.
Presumably this isn't like the tabletop adventure battling that has opportunity provoking if you were to move out of range of something.
No, you're able to move freely.
Okay. Hold on a sec.
Guys, do we really want to off this guy? What, why are you here?
I just talked to him.
He is
I wonder
here to spread
why he
darkness.
Oh, Knight, Rune Knight, why are you here? What are you trying to get from this?
Will he talk, or is that not something you're gonna...
He'll respond on his turn.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to have it happen in turn order, because if somebody kills him before he gets a chance to respond to you, then he doesn't respond. Although the only person between your turns is Torin, who is going to stay put as you're trying to talk to him and decide not to attack. Comes up on the Rune Knight's turn.
Okay.
Did you take any actions? Yeah.
I'll do a riposte and a parry per my norm.
A riposte and a parry. Okay. He is going to, as he is being grappled actively by Nihilbot. Oh, I think the wrong arrow got turned? Yeah. As he is being grappled actively by Nihilbot, he is going to turn towards Nihilbot. Oop. If I can grab the arrow, move it. There we go. We've come to take the key or die trying. and he'll make an attack against Nihilbot, who has an evasion
Unfortunate.
of 1. He does have disadvantage on this attack because he's grappled. So he's rolling against an 11 with disadvantage. That is a hit. He's going to roll for crit. He does crit. So that's a 1d6 plus 5. Max damage. Your defense, Nihilbot, is 5, correct?
Calculating. My defense is 5.
Alright, so the 11 minus 5, 6, and it's a crit, so he deals double damage. With a heavy stab, he deals 12 damage to Nihilbot.
Woof.
Ow.
And that brings the turn to Raddish.
So I think Raddish is just gonna stay where he is and cast Bolt again.
You cast Bolt again.
Yep.
Okay.
How fried is he looking after the last round of magic and everything he's taking?
He looks, like I said, pretty staggered. He's still up, but he's not long for this world. You definitely don't think he could take another one of those.
Okay, so I deal 13 points of lightning bolt damage.
13 points of damage?
Yep.
Alright, with that, he explodes.
Nice.
He's done. He's well done.
And I say, hey, Squirm, I found some more food for you.
Oh no!
I'm not a carnivore.
He's not a hamster.
And with that, the sounds of battle die around you, as the last of the enemies falls. And you are left seemingly alone in the gate.
Seemingly alone. That's what I want to hear.
I want to examine the body of the Rune Knight that just exploded. Not for food, although a little for food. I want to see if he's got something on him that explains why he's here. An order, a note, something.
Okay, go ahead and roll me search.
I will do exactly that. I will roll search. I rolled a 5. My search is a 7.
Okay. So you make a very thorough search of the Rune Knight's person. Just for the sake of you also find these things pretty quickly. You find that he has a bronze lance, which if you wish is there for the taking, as well as 11 gold. Looking through his belongings, you...
Heck yeah, I'll take it.
Going through his belongings, you kind of go through his like pouches. He's got like a few random things, like a little bit of food and stuff, and you do find what you think was probably paper that's been charred into oblivion by multiple lightning strikes.
I don't know anything about that.
So and you find like there's a couple things that were paper, might be what you're looking for, might not. It's not like there's a single one note, but all of them have been blackened and burned by multiple lightning bolts.
Turn slowly to Raddish. And I'll say,
We could have gotten information out of him.
We could have also gotten death out of him.
I'll turn and look to Shere and say,
We could have gotten information out of him.
But Shere is just like, he's currently licking his wound, and is just like, it was a good fight though.
I'm surrounded by lunatics.
Hey, robot, are you okay?
I would like to attempt to read the paper anyway.
I'll hand it to him.
Robot vision.
Scanning.
Okay. Are you attempting a particular skill or just trying to see if you can read anything off of this?
Let's try anthropology.
Interesting. Okay, roll me anthropology at disadvantage.
Translate.
Roll a 1d6 and a 1d8.
5.
5. Okay, examining the piece of paper that was handed to you, you cannot read what is on it, as it is far too blackened and charred. But as you are analyzing this piece of parchment, what you can tell is that the composition of the parchment with which this is made on is actually one that, prior to your being put into stasis, had not been used for the better part of at least 2 decades. Meaning that, versus whatever time you've awakened, this was already old, this style of making paper, by the time that you were put into standby. While you can't determine what was written on it, it's evident that at least what was written on is ancient.
It was not written by goblins.
I didn't know goblins could write.
They cannot. They are dead.
Yes.
That's
Yes,
an
yes,
astute
they are.
observation.
This parchment is ancient, however.
How ancient?
Ancient?
I will leave them pondering and go to inspect the gate.
Okay, you go to inspect the gate. Roll me search, please.
Translate.
That should be a roll against your perception, I believe. You're rolling 2d6 against a 8.
Yeah,
Here
perception.
we'll stretch and join him. This
Okay.
seems like the only thing left to do in here. It's just a whole bunch of ruins.
I have rolled a 7.
Alright, I'll wait until Shere rolls as well if he's also looking.
I got a 7 as well.
Alright, so far as you can tell, the gate appears to be intact. There is a bar across it which has, in the center of it, a mechanical device that doesn't seem to have a normal keyhole, but rather a number of divots where you, Nihilbot, would know that something could be placed against this, a type of mechanical key, which would be signed to this particular gate. It's not a uncommon locking mechanism used for heavily secured things that you recall. As far as you can see around it, the key is not here, which would probably be what they were looking for, but you can see where it would unlatch. You, Shere, looking at, you see the barred door, you see like a series of peculiar holes like made into the door frame, where the barred part of the door is not a physical bar in front of it, but rather it's part of whatever this mechanism is, and it's built as well into the door frame to create kind of this giant shell around the actual door part of the gate.
I will relay that information to the best of my ability to my companions.
Hey, Torin?
Yeah?
Why would Rune be after this gate?
I haven't the slightest. I mean, if it's associated with our new robotic friend here, maybe there's something beyond it related to such. I really have no idea. I know about magic, not about ancient gate things, he says, gesturing with his arms widely about the area.
This ain't good. I'm digging through the bodies of the dark dwarves as I'm saying, this isn't good. This isn't good. There's problems here. In a little bit of a panic, but I'm still looting.
Okay. I will just put up a, assume you're going through all the stuff, I will put together a loot list for you.
Alright. Primarily the dwarves. Assuming the
Primarily the
goblins
dwarves. Okay.
are stark naked and holding sticks.
They've got swords.
Oh, that's right.
Disgusting creatures.
I am not a murder hobo. Even though I'm homeless right now, and I just killed people. I'm not a murder hobo.
Sure.
You're not homeless. You live with us in the church. For now.
Oh, yeah. I just want to get home to my brothers. Wait a minute. The army. If they were here trying to get into the gate, could they be back at Guardiana again?
Oh no, I guess it's possible.
Affirmative. It is possible.
Another fight so soon. Good.
Oh, Robot, you're here. Did you get what you need? I don't think hanging out here is going to help anybody anymore.
The gate is sealed. My objective is fulfilled.
I hate to bring it up, but you're pretty damaged. If there is any chance of anyone else being around, are you able to take care of yourself? Is there anything we can do? You took a pretty heavy hit there.
Fear not. I shall cast heal on myself.
Nice.
Hopefully that was for more than... Not much. Not a mid-roll.
I agree. Hopefully it was for more than not much.
Alright, so you roll...
That's all we can ever ask for.
1d6 plus 4. And you have to spend the MP for it.
I have rolled a 5. Plus 4 would be 9.
9. Okay, so you recover 9 HP, which puts you back at, I believe, 15.
Affirmative.
Alright. And do subtract from your MP the... What does that cost? 2 to cast? Yeah, 2.
Yeah.
I have some medical herbs. Can you... Do you have a mouth?
I think he has a
What?
mouth.
Negative.
I just don't know
do
if he
not.
has... Okay, so
I
you
have what is called a speaker.
So we can't eat the herbs.
I see.
I
No.
don't think I can give you food to help you feel better. I think you're on your own here, bud.
I cannot ingest human substances.
You cannot ingest humans. That's good.
It's a good thing none of us are human.
Yeah, very much.
Is this humor?
Affirmative.
Ha ha.
Torin is taking a quick look around the area just to see if there's anything not on the enemies you fought. And he comes back from his sweep. Well, I don't see anything else here that of note, just rubble and stone walls.
Is there
I'm
anything
worried
down the
about
chasm?
further enemy forces. Shall we check Guardiana?
Yeah, I say we get back. If Gort is the one thing we got protecting the town, I do not think they're in good hands.
Well,
He will be insufficient.
he seems... more capable than your average villager, but it depends on how many drinks he's had. So, yeah, we should hurry back.
Before we embark, I would like to pass along the rewards I was given in Guardiana. I have 25 gold for each of you.
Thank you.
I'm imagining just a slot inside of your chest or something just popped out like a register.
Yeah, it just shoots out with little coin trays.
Go look at my
Playing,
slot.
playing.
Don't put your slot out there for everyone to see.
It was necessary. I have very little clothing.
All right. With that, you guys head to leave the gate.
Yes.
Yes, we will
Okay.
head out.
As you're heading out the gate and kind of taking back in the surroundings around you, do go ahead and roll me perception checks across the cast.
7 of 8.
Translate.
Ooh, 8
2d6.
out of 7.
Yeah, 2d6 against your perception.
I am 9 of 9 again.
I am 1 over. Ugh.
5 out of 8.
All right. So everybody besides Squirm, who has frantic state, is frantic.
I am very frantic. Thank you very much.
The rest of you do pick up what somewhat surprises you, but you faintly catch on the wind sounds of battle coming not from the direction of Guardiana, but in the opposite direction, further to the east. You can hear the sounds of metal on metal coming from that direction.
What do
But-
we see over there?
Nihilbot, this is not an 18 or older situation. There's hot metal on metal action going on right now.
Oh.
That was humor.
Oh no.
Oh.
Anyway,
So in that direction, you do take a little bit of a walk to kind of see around the mountain peaks to where it is, since you are in such hilly terrain. But you can see in that direction there is a cliff face, and there appears to be a small building up higher on the rise. It's a pretty small construction, smaller than the gate itself. And it's a little ways off, but as you walk a little closer to see what's over there, you can definitely hear that seems to be where the sounds are coming from.
Oh man, when Shere hears the sounds of battle, he's probably just gonna start running towards it.
The filthy
Wait, no, you can't just run for everything, and I'm gonna
in
chase him.
danger.
Of course, we've got to run towards the danger. He just has a manic smile, like he's having a blast today.
Okay, so Shear's heading that way.
I will follow the cat.
yeah,
There may be danger.
I'll follow as well.
Okay.
I am going to run so fast to keep up with Shere Khan that I'm going to run ahead of him and tell him he has to slow down because he can't just run for every challenge that he sees or hears. He needs to investigate and see what's going on before he just charges in with his fist of fury. But I'm just going. Like, I don't realize he is far behind me just because I'm very
Okay.
fast.
So Squirm, you're coming up first on the situation with your speed. You can see that there is a cabin out on the edge of a cliff that is currently surrounded by a similar composition of foes to the ones you just faced. Another swarm of goblins and dark dwarves is there, as well as at least one rune knight that seems to be attacking the cabin as well as some small groups of combat going on around it, though you can't see what the focus is.
So how far away am I before I can finally see this?
How far are you away? Probably because of the way you're coming up on the cliff, you're probably, say, anywhere between 10 and 20 yards of where the nearest figure to you is. There's a path that kind of starts leading up to towards the cabin, like at a 10-yard point that leads up through the foliage in the hills, and you're kind of at the very start of that path that leads through the break in the foliage.
As soon as I can see stuff, I'm gonna dive into the foliage.
Okay, you go ahead and dive into the foliage. You go ahead and roll me stealth.
I am a stealthy diver. I am so stealthy at diving that when I feel like rolling a 5 on a check against a stealth demand of 3... Wait.
You still should not be 3.
Oh, I was not looking at mine. Sorry. I was looking at my stealth of 18.
Yeah, that's much better. Okay, you very stealthily dive into the bushes. And the rest of you also come up upon the same location where Squirm is and see this assault seemingly going on this cabin.
Seeing Squirm jump into the bushes, Shere will also jump into the bushes.
Okay, you can go ahead and also roll me stealth.
And I remember I have Prowl, so I have advantage on stealth checks.
It's true.
So...
Although your stealth is not great.
No! Still rolled an 8 out of 3, 4. It failed.
Yeah. You get into the bushes.
So Raddish is not gonna try to specifically get in the bushes, but he's gonna try and stealth behind them.
Okay. You can
Or
go
if
ahead and also
yeah.
roll stealth. As you're creeping around.
Stealth is 5. Okay. And I rolled an 11 out of 5.
Okay. You're walking through the bushes.
Great.
You do, because the fact that you're staying in an upright position instead of diving in like the others, get a little bit better of a view of what's going on as you're walking around. As you kind of take more of an angle against the cabin, you can see that there is specifically a group of a trio of enemies surrounding the door to the cabin and appear to be actively trying to hack it down.
Interesting. Okay.
I will simply walk behind the bushes.
As you are wont to do. But yes, I suppose I can change the battle map so you guys can see what you're seeing, as you are close enough now.
Ooh.
Whoa!
You are further back than appears
Yes.
there. But this is the scene
Nice.
before you. Let me change the stream view, because I changed it back to the non-map view. No, I'm sure I'll have to adjust it. That's a bit better. And I'll give you permission on yourselves so you can put yourselves where you are or want to be, if you don't already. Raddish, owner Raddish. But yes, this is what you are currently looking at. For some reason I don't have Nihil as an option to set permissions on. I don't know why. Probably if he tries to interact with something, I'll get the ability to add him again. There we go. It seems like if you just don't act for a while, it forgets you're here.
I was in sleep mode.
Understandable.
Do we have Torin?
Yeah, let me add him to the map, sorry.
Oh, okay. I just didn't see him.
I didn't originally know that you guys would take him with you, so he wasn't added to all the maps.
Yeah.
I didn't know he existed until like a couple days ago, so.
Yep.
But yes, he is still here.
Same.
Yes. Which I saw people say is my character. It's not. This is an NPC that I was told exists, so I am playing
Yeah.
him. And actually, I need
All right.
to see where Gong is in the turn order. We all know where Jogurt is.
At the
What
bottom.
is a gong?
What is a Gong?
Yogurt.
If you hit him, he makes a funny noise.
Man, that speaker can do all sorts of things, can't it?
It can.
All of the enemies are now alerted to our presence.
You just broadcast this loud gong
It's
noise.
just a large metallic ringing from the bushes.
Exactly.
My auditory capabilities are quite superb. Do you not hear that music?
Yeah, he's just in universe playing all the music.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't label these goblins with letters. Did every map except for this one.
How does post-battle MP recovery work?
So, because you guys went straight here, it takes half an hour for MP to recover by 1 point. Probably, if we wanted to stretch it, we could say that it took you half an hour to get here, in which case you would have recovered 1 MP over that time frame.
Ooh, that would be very good for
Okay.
me.
I'll allow it for 1 MP worth of recovery across the cast.
Sweet.
But in general, it's half an hour of like non-heavy exertion. Recovers 1 MP. You leisurely strolled to the battle.
Well, Shere's only so fast.
It's true.
And
No, go ahead.
robots only go so fast too.
True.
Is that a discriminating remark?
No, it's a compliment. Your big long legs are very, very strong, but not for
Affirmative.
speed.
Thank you.
The enemies are not currently aware of your presence. You appear to have been stealthy enough that they do not yet notice you. However, they are in the turn order as they're actively doing things. That does leave Squirm at the top of the turn order. You are a fast little hamster.
I am fast, little hamster. Do I? Is this going from across? Is that one movement?
Going across that, because of the rise there, I would make it cost 2.
Okay.
Because you are changing elevation.
Let's see. If I were to go here. Question about disadvantage and double disadvantage. If I were to set something up where it's like then until the next turn something has a disadvantage, and I do another one, so instance a riposte and a parry, is it the first attack gets double and then the second attack is just complete neutral?
Yes,
Or is it one and
both
one?
of those only last for the next attack you take. Because both of them are, until the next turn, the first physical attack made against you. So stacking them does give double disadvantage, but it means anything after that first hit is rolling normally.
Okay. Alright, so this is my full move. I'm going big. I don't like this dude standing right in front of this house, right next to a goblin. Is that Jogurt actually there?
Yes, that Jogurt's actually there, as is the
Then
Gong.
I am protecting my ally, my brother, and I don't see you very often. It could be my brother for all I know. And I have to do it. I have to. Get that casting sound effect ready.
Affirmative.
I have to unleash my Suiton! And that is a 1d6 plus 11 damage on the Dark Dwarf.
It's
On the
just,
Dark Dwarf.
It's just Squirm peeing on someone.
That is a 5.
Oh,
You see Squirm lift his leg and then just a magic cast sound effect.
Yeah, just a flood comes out.
You said that was 16 damage?
Yes.
Alright, that Dark Dwarf is down.
He is,
Nice.
He is very, very down.
Very down. Don't forget to subtract your MP.
Yeah, I know. What
that,
MP?
that brings us to Tauren, who... Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. He can only get to here. He is going to cast Quake targeting Goblin B. However, it is an AoE spell, so he is also going to hit the Dark Dwarf that's on the far side of it.
Nice.
For 1d4 plus 6. You rolled max damage, so that's 10 damage. As the ground shakes beneath them, the goblin is completely shattered and destroyed. The Dark Dwarf takes significant damage, but is still standing. Let's see, he's Dark Dwarf C. Alright, he's still up. Let me add this to my experience tracker, because that's a thing. Alright, Gong is going to stand his ground, and he's going to take a... I believe he wants to take a dig in. Let me see, where's Gong's stats? What's he want to do? Actually, he'll take a dig in and an evade. He's just going to prepare defensively. Dig in / evade. The Rune Knight, now alerted to your presence by the sound of the ground shaking, is going to whip around here. He does not see those of you who have not yet climbed the rise. So he is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, and now does as he turns to attack Tauren. But he is attacking Tauren still. So that is, Tauren's evasion is 3, which is pretty good. Only gets a 9 to hit. That is a hit. Rolling for crit. That is, I don't believe, a crit. Yes, not a crit, which is good.
So what constitutes a crit?
A crit is, so after you roll your hit, you roll 2d6 again, and if you roll your crit value or less, then you crit.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's not part of your attack roll in this case.
Right. Cool, okay.
Which actually, again, I've been forgetting, you technically get to roll crit on your spells. You don't have to roll hit, but you do get to roll crit.
Ooh. And, sorry, what is it, 2d6?
It's 2d6 versus your crit value.
So I have to get snake eyes.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool.
Because even if your crit is 0 or 1, you do still crit on a minimum roll.
Right. My crit is 2.
Yeah. Okay, he gets a very, very heavy hit on Tauren. And seeing the rest of you coming up, he's also going to take an evade action to increase his evasion. That brings us to Raddish.
Oh man, I'm torn. Okay. I'm going to come up beside Tauren and cast Blaze on this knight.
Okay. Now that I remember, you do get to roll crit.
Okay, let me roll crit.
I love how Squirm just barks sometimes.
No, that would be Raddish, actually, not Squirm.
Oh.
Raddish barked the blaze.
I rolled a 9, so not
Okay,
a
no crit, but do roll damage.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So that's 1 plus 7 is 8 points of
8 points?
fire damage.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Don't forget to spend your MP.
Yep, I already did.
You get a good blaze as fire bursts from the ground around the Rune Knight. does significant damage, but he's not like looking super ragged yet.
Right. Yeah.
Shere, you're up.
And so she's going to, you know what? Let's, I can climb. That would be kind of cool.
That's true. You can go up that wall if you desire.
So I see like them all fighting them. Like, okay, I'll take this side, and I'm gonna go one over and then one up, and one, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
And do you want me to make a climbing check or something?
No, I'll give that rise to you.
Ooh.
It's more of a slope than a sheer rock face, is the way I'm
Okay.
interpreting it.
Okay. Man, I want to get in range. I can't.
Unfortunately, I don't think you have any options that'll get you all the way in range.
Yeah, because the minor action. There's a minor action to move.
You
No, there's a
could
main
technically
action.
you could charge and then reach and then multiple strikes.
Yeah. I'm doing all of that. Charge, reach, Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
All right, I am in range.
Somehow you're in range.
Okay.
Okay, goblins have an evasion of 1, so with a -3 or -4 for multiple strikes, you're rolling against an 8. It's goblin D.
You're going off of 15?
I'm sorry, 15.
Okay.
I keep thinking it's 13, so no, you're rolling against a 10. That's my bad.
Okay, there we go. And that's a 5.
All right, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll a crit.
Crit. Oh, 6. I failed.
All right, and then just roll damage.
Ooh, 5. So, 12.
12. You run up behind this goblin and absolutely eviscerate him.
Yay!
He is done for.
Oh, he lets out just a massive laugh. He's just like, ah, ha, ha, ha. And then he sees more around the corner, and his pupils are like super like dilated. It's fun.
All right, that brings us to Nihilbot.
Affirmative. I will charge up the slope.
All right.
And I will cheer for the wizard.
Torin.
Affirmative.
All right. Let me... All right, noted. That brings us to the goblins. This goblin is going to move in and make an attack on Gong. Which Gong did take an evade action, which puts his evasion at... Nope, wrong stats. Puts his evasion at 3. No, puts his evasion at 4. So it's rolling against a 6 to hit Gong here. That is unfortunately a hit. It does not crit though.
Minutes.
And then damage-wise, that's, let's see, 4 plus 2. Trying to remember how exactly dig in works. Gotta remember my own mechanics. So he gets an additional
Half
4.
bulk in defense.
Yeah, so that does no damage to Gong after a dig in.
Nice.
All right, the goblin at the door is going to, let's see, he'll turn at the sounds of battle behind him, as there hasn't been any sound, or not as much from Shere Khan with the blaze sounds over here. He's going to move in and make an attack on Raddish. What's your evasion, Raddish?
Oh no. My evasion is 1.
Okay, he's rolling against a 9 to hit you. That is a hit. He's going to attempt to crit. He does not crit, luckily. Damage-wise, what's your defense?
3.
3. Okay, he does 6 minus 3, that's 3 damage.
Nice. Okay.
This goblin is going to move over and attack Jogurt. Make an attack. Wow, he wouldn't have missed, or wouldn't have hit regardless of evasion. He rolled 12. Alright, no hit there. That goes wide. Dark Dwarves. This Dark Dwarf at the door is going to just go ahead and make an attack on the door. And deals pretty significant damage to it. Let me find the door's health. There it is. The door is practically hanging off a single hinge after this one strike. This Dark Dwarf is going to... What does he want to do? He's going to move behind this goblin, and he's going to encourage the goblin. So let's see, that's goblin E. E is encourage. Let's see. There's one more living Dark Dwarf. He, hearing the sounds of battle, is also going to come down. Dark Dwarf movement range is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's coming down this direction. That brings us to Jogurt's turn. With few other options left to him, he's going to take a dodge and an evade action to max out his evasion.
I thought for a second you were gonna say
No, he's not jumping off the cliff. That's not the direction we're going here.
No.
That brings us to the top of the turn order with Squirm's turn.
Okay. Speaking of off the cliff, is it possible for me to push that goblin in such a way that he?
If you win the push contest, yes.
Wouldn't that also take Jogurt?
Yeah, you can push in any direction, one space.
Oh,
Okay. I misunderstood what it meant. I thought it was like the direction you approach from or something.
Let me reread the description, but I believe...
It says move it in any direction.
Yeah, in any direction. So basically, if you win the push contest, you can move them in any direction, one space from where they currently are.
Okay.
Granted, you have to win the contest in the first place.
I don't anticipate winning when my my strength would be rolling against a 2.
It is bulk, not strength, but your bulk is still pretty low.
Or my bulk is 4.
Yeah,
sorry.
shove is a bulk contest. Grapple is strength.
Man, I want to save my buddy. Okay, well, here's how I'll save my buddy. I'll just do the old...
You can always... Yeah, you can always attack and then take a push as your minor action to still try to push him.
I will, once I finish with the arrow.
Yeah, I'd love to find a better way to handle direction, but this is the best I came up with so far.
Alright. Did I make that bigger?
I think so. You have the most important arrow.
Now it's tiny. You know what? Whatever. I'm gonna do my slash. I'm gonna do my short sword slash.
All right, he has an evasion of 1.
And I have an accuracy of 12.
So you're rolling against an 11. Actually, no wait, halved and rounded up, his evasion is still 1.
That'd be a 6.
A 6? All right, go ahead and roll me crit.
My crit is a 3. I've rolled a 5.
Unfortunate. Go ahead and roll damage.
I've rolled a damage. It is a 1d6 plus 1, 2 plus 1.
2 plus 1. I actually killed the wrong goblin, I think. B is dead, not A. So it was, I'm sorry, what was it? It was 7?
No, total damage is 3.
Total damage is 3? Okay.
Yeah, 2 plus 1.
You deal a measly point of damage to the goblin. You give him a little
Then-
paper cut on the back.
Unbelievable. Well, I'm gonna do exactly what you described earlier that I could do.
Your attempt to push.
How bad can it go?
I mean, nothing bad happens if you lose, so...
Yeah, that's why I'll do it.
Alright, so go ahead
do
and
it.
roll a hit.
Roll a hit. Is it a hit with my weapon, or is it?
Yeah,
unarmed?
yeah. You get to count your weapon accuracy for everything unless it specifically says unarmed.
That's a 3 + 1, 4.
Okay, that's a
Versus
hit.
my 12.
Now roll a bulk contest. You're rolling against your bulk. Let me know how much you succeed or fail by.
I rolled a 1 + 5. That means I rolled a 6 on top of a 4 bulk.
6 out of 4, so that's a fail by 2. The goblin also failed by 2, so you need to roll again.
This is tense.
Ooh, he rolled really good.
Oh, I rolled an 11.
Yeah, he's staying put. Unfortunately, you're unable to push him off the cliff.
Bash.
Very unfortunately. Tauren... let's see. Tauren is going to cast Aurora centered on himself, if he still has the MP too. Let me check his MP real quick. I think he's still fine.
He also is cheered.
He is also cheered. So that's going to be... How much MP? Yeah, he's got enough. I think. Why is his MP not updating right? Let's see, he cast Quake, he cast another Quake, he cast Aurora once. Oh, this is his last MP. I have not kept track properly. Alright, so he is casting it centered on himself, so it is also going to hit Raddish. So 1d4 plus 6. Oh, he gets to roll a crit first. I need to not be forgetting that he does not crit. 1d4 plus 6.
Okay,
that's
good.
So you recover 9 HP.
I do?
Yes. As the colorful lights surround you, Tauren, and the Rune Knight, you recover 9 HP. He also recovers 9 HP, and the Rune Knight takes 9 damage.
Right. From Aurora. Aurora. Yeah.
Yes. Aurora's your, like, AoE do-everything spell.
Yep.
At this time of year, at this cabin, this location.
Localized entirely within your spell list? Gong, having realized how wimpy the goblins are, is going to go ahead and try to punch one. The one in front of him. Which his accuracy is not super hot, but, you know, maybe he can do it. That's a hit. Does he crit? He does not crit, so damage-wise, that's 1d4 plus 3. 5 minus 2, he does a little tiny dollop of damage to the goblin in front of him. That brings us to... Oh, wait, he does get a second action. He is going to, once again, take He's going to take a brace action. That brings us to the Rune Knight. Who does he not like the most right now? I think... Seeing Nihilbot heading for the door, I think that's who he's going to swing on. Hitting you on the broadside. If I can get this arrow figured out, I need to get better at this. Alright, he is going to go ahead and make an attack. Your evasion is 1, if I remember rightly.
Correct.
That is a hit. He's going to attempt to crit. Oh, that actually... 3 out of 3. That is... You got crit again by another Rune Knight.
Oh no.
Oh no.
1d6 plus 5, and it is crit. Luckily, he rolled lower. You have 5 defense, so he does 2 times 2, which is 4 damage total.
Affirmative.
So he catches you as you run by, not nearly as bad as the last one to hit you, much to your luck. He is going to, however, attempt to push you afterwards, which does hit. I need you to roll 2d6 against your bulk value.
My bulk is 9. I have rolled a 6.
Alright, so it's a success by 3. He also he succeeded by 7, so you are not pushed. After that, it is Raddish's turn.
Okay. The goblin in front of me, how's he looking?
The goblin in front of you, that is Goblin... What? Goblin C? Goblin C... is... Let's see, is that the one you hit? Trying
I
to see
don't
which
think I've done anything to him. I used Blaze on the Rune Knight.
For some reason, I'm thinking he was very... Oh, I'm looking at the Dark Dwarf stats. That's what's wrong. He is untouched.
Okay. Then I will Blaze him.
Alrighty.
I have one cast of Blaze left. Alright, let me roll for crit, just in case.
Yep.
Oh, I rolled a 2 and a 1.
So close.
Damn. Alright, hold on. Okay, I rolled a 4, so that is...
4 plus 7.
Yep, that's 11
11.
points.
He's toast. That
Nice.
goblin is incinerated.
He's lunch.
Alright,
Alright.
that brings us to Shere. Are you muted, Jonathan?
Yep. All
There you
right.
go.
So, oh, good, he's in range. So Shere is just running up behind this poor dark dwarf.
That's
Oh,
not very honorable.
He did. Oh, you just see him like disappear. Yeah, I want to take. Yeah, I got an attack action in here. So, I don't have anything. I was trying to think if I had anything else. No, that's fine. Yeah, I'll just attack him. He has. Oh, does the dwarves have any?
The dwarves have 0 evasion.
Oh, okay, no, it's gonna hit.
So no, you
Okay.
auto hit.
Yep. Alright, damage.
Did you roll for your crit?
Oh, crits. Let's do that.
You have reasonable crit, so you might sometimes.
7.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for damage then.
Okay. Go. That'll be a nice 10.
A nice 10. Very nice 10. That's what, Dark Dwarf D? Nice. Alright, you
And
get
then,
What
was that?
Door.
you give him a pretty solid hit.
Yeah, and then I'm also going to. Am I going to strike or if I'm or?
Do you have enough MP left to do multiple strikes anymore?
I have 2. I could. I could.
Okay.
You know what? Why not?
I was just
Why?
checking. I wasn't necessarily suggesting, just checking.
I mean, I might as well. If I want this guy to live, I've gotta wreck these guys. What was it? If I'm behind them?
If you're behind them, their evasion is halved, but their evasion is 0, so
evasion.
it can't go any lower.
Alrighty, I will spend my last 2 MP and smack him again.
So you are rolling against an 11.
That's a 5. So that's
Okay,
good.
go ahead and roll crit.
Come on, crit. No, that's a 9.
Okay, damage it is then.
Damage. So 8.
8.
Yep.
Not bad, not bad. He's looking real rough. These 2 quick strikes have done a lot of damage to him.
Good. So I will strike him one more time.
Oh, goodness.
So against a 12. A 6.
Okay, go ahead and roll
And-
crit.
Oh, 5. So close. Alright,
And
and then
damage.
damage. 2 and 7 is 9. Halved is is it rounded down? Or is it,
I hope I specified.
or 4 rather.
Strike, having the final damage. I didn't. It's round down. So 9 minus 3. It's still enough to put him down.
My goodness.
You managed to land that final blow on him, and he's done for.
Triple stroked him through the walls of the house.
Yeah. Very, very brutal.
That's me.
Alright. That brings us to Nihilbot.
Yes. Calculating. Strategic advice from teammates. Should I tackle Dark Dwarf?
Tackling's fun because don't you both go to the ground?
Affirmative.
Let's see.
Yes, it allows you to move the target one space in any direction, and you occupy the space they were in.
So that would definitely get them away from the door. It's a. Oh, it's just a hit. It's not even a. Okay.
Alternatively, how much health does the Rune Knight have?
The Rune Knight's status is really bad. He's ready to drop at any minute.
I think I will end the Rune Knight to allow my compatriot to charge forward.
It's actually probably the best move.
Alright, I assume you're making an attack?
Wait.
I am making.
Wait.
I am waiting.
Before you do your attack, you can consider standing between the two, since you have to move. And once you act, you can no longer move. If you take out the dwarf in one attack,
Will I not be in the way?
if you are south of the dwarf,
Affirmative.
Both
I think
of
he's saying
both of
if
the
you moved
mages
here,
yeah.
if you moved here, you would potentially provide cover from us, from the dwarf to us. But if you stay where you are, this is a clear line of shot.
Affirmative. I shall move.
Was that, Api? Was that what you were talking about? Or Ellie? I don't remember
Yeah.
which one.
I was talking about that, and also considering if you thought that the Rune Knight was weak enough that you could consider a minor action strike, then you could major action tackle the dwarf as well.
That is true.
I like this plan. I will strike Rune Knight.
Alright. You're rolling an attack against a 6.
So I roll 2d6.
Correct.
I have rolled a 4.
Nice. Okay. And because of 8... Technically, it only worked because you're behind. If you weren't behind him, that wouldn't have hit. Go ahead and roll against crit for me. So roll 2d6, and if you roll a 2, you crit.
I rolled a 7.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll damage. Which is 1d4 plus 3.
All total, 5.
5. Very nice. You do take down the Rune Knight. You punch him in the back and he goes down.
Ha, ha.
You still have your main action remaining.
I will tackle Dark Dwarf.
Okay, you do need to roll a hit, so roll against a 9 for me.
Roll a
2d6 against a 9.
I have rolled a 9. Yay.
Very nice. So
Yay.
that Dark Dwarf, which is Dark Dwarf C, takes... Actually, that is enough that as you tackle him to the ground, you slam into the door and he dies. That was exactly enough damage to finish him off. And you move into his space.
Calculating. I am the greatest.
You are, however, on the ground, prone. So you'll have to take time on your next turn to stand up, or you'll have penalties to your movement and stats.
Affirmative.
Goblin turn. This goblin that was attacking Jogurt is now being attacked, even if minorly, so he wants to defend himself. He's going to make an attack against Squirm. What is your evasion at, Squirm, knowing that Quick has fallen off?
Quick has fallen off. 5 then.
5. Okay. Yeah, because it definitely fell off after the last combat. 5. That is a... That's a 2. That
How long
does
does
hit.
quick last?
Quick lasts for 3 rounds, which is 3 seconds.
Oh, that's right.
So by the end of last combat, Quick was gone. He does not crit, luckily, but that was a hit, so there is going to be damage, which is 7 minus your defense.
Well, my defense is a mind-blowing 1.
All right. In that case, you're taking 6 damage. The flicky sound.
That is actually the yogurt sound.
Oh, it is. It's very similar to some of the ones from Flicky.
They may be the same.
Um,
Unsure.
all right, so that was that goblin's action. The other goblin, I don't roll perception. See if he noticed what went on behind him, or if he's just attacking Gong. He does notice Shere Khan has eliminated his compatriot. He is going to turn around and make his way at Shere Khan. Shere, what is your evasion?
A whopping 1.
A whopping 1. Okay. Oh no, he wasn't cheered, he was encouraged. So he is going to just go ahead and attack normally. And that is a hit. Does he crit? He does not crit. He is going to spend his bonus die on additional damage.
Makes sense.
Seeing that you're a much easier target to hit, he didn't need to spend that on the attack attempt. That didn't really help him that much. 8 minus your defense.
Defense
Is 3. So you take 5 damage.
Alrighty.
Alright, so that is the last of the goblins. There is... Oh, he's no longer encouraged. Let me remove that status. Remove that status. Thank you. Dark Dwarves. There is 1 Dark Dwarf left. He is going to make an attack against Squirm. See if he can put this hamster down. He is going to spend the 3 MP to make it a power blow.
Is that really necessary?
Who knows? There's a hamster here. He wants to, like, golf swing you off the cliff.
Oh no.
Your evasion's 5, you said?
Correct.
I mean, he's rolling against a 3, so if he hits, I think he deserves the damage. He rolled a 4. So close. You do evade the attack. Jokert is going to reprise his dodge and evade turn. That brings us to Squirm. You're up.
It scared me. Is using an item considered a
Using an item is a major action unless you've taken an ability that lessens it. You can move and whatnot beforehand, but it does take your full turn.
Okay. I mean, I really can't do anything before moving. Can't cheer for my buddy and then run away.
No, unfortunately.
It is unfortunate.
If you're worried for your own well-being, the bushes do provide full cover, which will give them disadvantage on attacking you. But, yeah.
Well, I get additional bonus of cover for my short stature.
Yeah. Well, that just moves half cover to full cover. The bushes are already full cover.
I can get into the bushes. You know what? Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll get into the bush. And I've got... I have my short knife, which is a throwing knife. How do we handle my facing direction if I were to throw?
You would face one of the 2 directions that is adjacent to that diagonal.
Alright.
You can choose whichever you like better.
I will face south as long as I can get this darn thing to actually do it. I'll do that in a sec. Flipping on the short knife. I am going to throw my short knife
Alright.
at the Dark Dwarf.
Go ahead and roll the hit.
Oh, I don't need to roll. I'm going to hit.
And your accuracy's 10 with the small
I
knife.
rolled a 7.
Okay. And then roll your crit.
I am going to crit. That's a 3.
All right, that's a crit as long as you get over his defense. So roll good.
It is a 1d4 plus 1 for damage.
Yep.
That is a 2 plus 1, 3.
Unfortunately, his defense is 3. The knife bounces off.
Ah!
You do have a minor action remaining if you wish to use it.
Yeah, I'll, minor action parry, I guess.
Okay. That brings us to Torin, who is entirely out of MP and is going to just kind of hang back. Yeah. He doesn't want to get in the middle of this. Coward. That brings us to Gong, who's going to come try and assist Shere with fighting this goblin.
Yeah.
Luckily, seems like everything's being cleaned up quite nicely. Rolling against a 10 minus 1, that is 9. That is a hit. Does he crit? He does not. He does do damage. 1d4 plus 3. 5 minus a defense of 2 on the goblins. That's going to be 3 damage on Goblin E. Alright. Does a bit of damage to the goblin. He is just going to take another evade action. He'd rather not get hit.
EXP thief.
That is true. Oh, Rune Knight's dead. He can come off the turn list. That brings us to Raddish.
Okay. Raddish can't really get to anybody yet. I have 1 MP left. And I can't, like, revive or heal Nihilbot in any way, can I?
I haven't written rules for it, but I would allow you to help him up if you want to spend a major action to put him on his feet again.
Oh, okay, so he's not dead.
No, he just, taking the tackle action puts you on the ground. So he's stuck prone. It takes a full turn. It takes a major action to move from prone to standing. So if you went and used your turn as a major action to put him to standing, I'd allow that.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. I don't have anything else to do.
Okay, so now Nihilbot can stand back up.
Yep. And
Thank
then
you. Systems rebooting.
I will take...
Oh, that's awesome.
You don't have another action, Raddish. That's a major action. That takes your full turn.
Oh, right. Okay, never mind.
Alright, that takes us to Sheer's turn.
Right. So Shere is gonna do what he loves, and that's killing goblins. So I will attack the goblin, and I don't think I can miss with a 14.
No.
All right.
So you just need to roll a crit.
Damage? A crit? Ah, only a 6.
Okay, damage
Alright.
it is then.
Alright. Ooh, just 8 damage.
8 damage, that is enough to finish him off.
Nice.
And you destroy that goblin. That brings
And
us...
then I look at can I make it talk real quick?
Sure.
And so I take him out and I'm like, I look at the guy, this guy in front of me, who also attacks a goblin. I'm like, I kind of like, you don't want to fight too, do you? And I'm like looking at him like eyebrows raised. He's like, yeah, you want to fight?
All right.
That's me.
Alrighty. That brings us to Nihilbot.
Affirmative. I shall move.
Fire your laser!
Unfortunately, no laser is equipped in laser slot.
However, you can, if you wish to attack, reach very far with the reach minor action to allow you to attack from +1
Yes.
range.
I will reach.
Alright, go ahead and roll against a 9 to hit for me.
2d6.
Yep,
5.
that is a hit. Go ahead and roll 2d6 again to see if you crit.
6.
Nope. Alright, go ahead and roll damage then, which is 1d4 plus 3.
5.
5. Alright, you get a little bit of a hit on the Dark Dwarf. Not super solid, but it's damage.
Go, gadget, fist.
This goblin, will come 1, 2, 3, is going to make an attack on Nihilbot. That is at disadvantage because you are in the bush. And he exactly hits. Does he crit?
Oh
Nope.
no.
He does not crit. Damage-wise, he does -1 damage due to the full cover, so that's 2 plus 2 minus 3 does not get through your defense. You're fine.
I am impenetrable.
And this Dark Dwarf is going to move over here and take another swing against the hamster. He does not have MP to go for a power blow anymore, so he's just attacking normally at disadvantage against your 5 evasion. So he's rolling against a 3 with disadvantage. And that is definitely a miss.
How does cover play into that?
Cover gives him 1 disadvantage.
Oh, so that's double this.
And then if he does, because like half cover does not give disadvantage on melee strikes. Full cover does. It gives 1 disadvantage on melee strikes, and full cover, if you get hit, you take 1 less damage. So if he hit you, it would have done less damage, but he didn't hit because your evasion's high enough anyway. Dwarves don't really hit you. That brings us to Jogurt's turn. And seeing that, first of all, his arrow is not attached to him. Let me give him an arrow that works. Seeing that he's now free, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's going to run down here.
Oh, God.
He wants to get out of there. That brings us back to the top of the round with Squirm.
Tower.
Understandable. The goblin that's here is the one that I had bopped a little bit, right?
The goblin that's here is, yes, the one that you had done some damage to.
Do I? I'm gonna do that thing where I slash, and then I slash.
Okay, that thing?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
So I'm gonna equip my short sword to do so,
Okay.
which is accuracy of 12. And then I'm going to...
So you're rolling against an 11.
Do I have to roll?
Yeah, because you could technically roll a 12 and miss. It's 12. It's you're rolling against an 11. Because the goblin has 1 evasion.
That's a 8.
Okay, go ahead and roll crit for me.
That's a 5 on my 3 crit.
Unfortunate. Go ahead and roll damage.
1d6 plus 1. 3 plus 1 is 4.
4 minus the defense. You do another. It's damage, but it's not a heavy hit.
I'm trying.
Tyran's turn. How much physical damage can he do? Does he think it's worth going and trying to hit the goblin? It's damage. He'll go and try to help beat up this goblin with you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to take a minor action? I entirely skipped your minor action.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely do. You know me. I love to parry as a minor action.
It's true, you do. Alright, now Torin is going to try to attack. His accuracy is actually pretty good for a mage. He does hit. He does crit.
Ooh.
Is he going to entirely steal the experience for this goblin? Tune in next time. 3 damage, -2 defense. He crits for 2.
Nice.
But you know, every little bit helps. That brings us to Gong, who, how much movement does Gong have? Is it 4? I need to get quicker about knowing my moves in advance. 2, 3. He's trying to like edge around Shere. He's clear. He's got like after your challenge, he's got like his hands up like between you and him, and he's like moving around you in a circle, like giving you your distance as he's trying to move towards the front of the cabin.
Does he say anything?
No, he's just like you can see like bewilderment in his eyebrows. He's very squinty. You can't really see his eyes, but his brows are furrowed, his hands are up, and he seems to not want anything to do with you.
I'm really good in gestures, so I think I get it. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, I just nod at him.
And he's going to riposte evade in case you decide to attack him. That brings us to Raddish's turn.
Okay.
Burn it! Burn it!
Yeah, I'm gonna come down behind Torin and cast Blaze here
Okay.
on this here goblin.
Go ahead and roll your crit.
Yep. 1 and a 2 again.
So close.
So close.
Go ahead and roll damage then.
Roll damage.
If you had
that's
one
a
more point of
1.
dexterity, those would be crits.
Yeah, 1 plus 7.
1 plus 7, that's going to be 8 damage on the goblin. That goblin is burned up.
Nice.
And he's done
That was
for.
my last MP.
Alright, so that brings us to Shere Khan.
All right, not seeing any more enemies around here. He's gonna go ahead and move this away.
Mm-hmm.
And can I even see this dwarf over there?
Yeah, you can see him. The bushes are like, think like maybe waist to chest height. You can see him on the other
Okay.
side.
So I go over here and I'm like, with all my allies in front of me, I'm just like, go get him. I've had my fun. He gives a big stretch,
Okay.
and that's about it for him.
Alrighty, that brings us to Nihilbot.
I shall move to engage. I will strike the dark dwarf.
Now, is this a strike action or an attack action?
Attack action.
Okay.
So 2d6.
Correct. Against a 9, which is your accuracy with your weapon.
6.
Alright, that's a hit. Go ahead and roll 2d6 again to check for a crit.
4.
That is... I don't believe that's a crit for you. Let me, I think you only crit on 2. Yeah. Not a crit. Go ahead and roll damage. 1d4 plus 3.
4.
4. You do a little bit of damage to the Dark Dwarf. Unfortunately, you don't get a very good hit. Goblins do nothing because they're dead.
I have a minor.
That's
action.
right. I'm sorry.
That's right. I will guard.
Guard? Alright. The Dark Dwarf will make an attack against you. The guard succeeds a dex check. Okay, so he is going to... He doesn't have MP for a power blow, so he's just going to attempt a hit first, which is against a 7. That's not a hit. He misses you.
Ha. Ha.
Nice.
Jogurt flees into the bushes. He
My
doesn't want.
sensors indicate I am over here.
He does not want any part of this. Squirm, your turn.
Hey, Robo Buddy.
Hello.
You got this, man.
Affirmative.
I'm going to encourage him as best as I can. Or is it... Hold on, is it encourage or cheer from over
Encourage is the bonus die, which is the main action. That allows him to up damage. Encourage, cheer is just he gets advantage, which doesn't modify his damage at all.
here? You know what? I can get into the bush. I don't need to get into the bush, though. Yeah, I'll give you a pat on the back from all the way over here and say, you got this, bot! Just get it.
Alright, was that an encourage then?
Yes, that's an encourage.
Okay, thought so. Just
My
wanted to confirm.
sensors indicate I am uplifted.
You know, it's Torin's turn. He'll also... You could do it, robot thing! And give you a second encourage.
Depression readings proceeding.
Gong, 1, 2, 3, 4 is just heading towards the battle. Raddish, you're up.
I am going to... Oh, shit.
You're cloning yourself again.
Yep. Sure did. Well, I'm going to move behind... There we go. I'm going to move behind Torin and... do something. I will...
You can heal Squirm if you want to with an herb.
Ooh,
Or
I'll do that.
take a defensive action.
I'll heal with an herb. I have one.
Okay.
I have several if you want to conserve yours.
I mean, I have two.
You can only use your own ready inventory. You can always give him one after the fight if you want to pay him back.
Okay.
So that heals him for 1d4 plus 2 HP.
Okay. That's a 4.
Alright, so it's 6
So
HP.
that's 6 HP.
That's a that's what? 75% of my health right there.
That it is. Alright. That brings us to Shere, who kind of said he was out of the fight, but what are you doing?
I want to see how this ends. So I'm gonna get a better view.
Okay. Alright.
Can I how far away can you encourage?
You can encourage up to 2 spaces away.
But not
not diagonally. So he's not in range.
Yeah, there's no really way for me to do that. Even if no. Okay, that's it.
Alright, that brings us to Nihilbot's turn.
I feel great. I will attack the dwarf.
Alright, go ahead and roll against a 9 to hit.
2d6.
Yep. Unless you want to spend bonus dice on that. You can either spend bonus dice on making your roll easier or on doing extra damage.
Damage all the way.
Okay, so then yes, you're rolling 2d6 against 9.
4.
Alright, go ahead and roll 2d6 again to see if you crit.
6.
Alright, no crit. So because you have been encouraged twice, you have 2 bonus dice. If you wish to spend them both on this attack, you would roll 3d4 plus 3 as your damage.
Nine.
9's the total?
Yes, I spent all bonus.
Alright. He is looking bad, but he is unfortunately still up. You do have a minor action remaining if you have something you wish to do.
I will strike.
Okay, you're rolling against a 9. Or rolling against a 6, I'm sorry.
6.
Okay. Roll 2d6 again for your crit.
3.
Just over. And then 1d4 plus 3 damage.
5.
5. All right. He finally goes down.
Nice.
The most annoying dark dwarf in the history of ever. All right.
If he survived, I would say give him a promotion.
And as the fighting dies down, the sounds of battle die around you, and you are left on top of the cliff with the cabin. As mentioned, its door barely swinging on the hinges.
Mm-hmm.
I
will immediately go and check the door, see if I can see anyone inside.
Okay. You go and check the door, and you are able to, with how it is on the hinges, frankly, if the enemies had given it a strong shove, it probably would have fallen off on its own.
Right.
But you do see inside there is an old man and a younger woman, both inside, kind of huddled behind the table, separating them from the door.
Okay. I'll go in and just say the fighting is over. You're no longer in danger.
Oh, thank you. I was so worried. Are they all gone?
They are all gone. Is this your house? Do you live here on the cliffside?
Yes, this is my home, and this is where I moved after living in Guardiana.
Can I ask you why the Runefaust army might have been here? But what would have drawn them to this place?
Roll me persuasion with advantage.
Ooh, yeah, because I do get advantage. Because I have true companion.
Get extra advantage, because you did just save their lives, so take 2 instances of advantage.
Double advantage. So what does that mean?
That means you're just rolling 2d4.
Okay.
So your
I
odds
rolled
are pretty good.
a 5.
Out of?
Looking. And what is this, persuasion?
Yes, persuasion.
Out of 13.
Okay. Yes, you definitely persuade this old man whose life you just saved.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you've heard what the army was looking for here, but there's a sort of key that they've been searching for. Apparently that's what they were looking for when they attacked a week ago. And after that attack on the gate, I decided to go down myself and have a look around, and I believe I found what they were looking for. And I thought things would be safe, and I kept the device on me so that it wouldn't fall into anyone else's hands. I wanted to hand it over to the queen when she returned to Guardiana, but to my surprise, a man in strange armor leading this force came here and caught me unaware. He stole the device, and I only barely managed to come in here and hide to protect my granddaughter. And he glances over at the woman in the room. Before the rest of the forces were set upon us. I don't know where he's gone, but whoever he is, he took whatever it was they were looking for. At least I believe that's what it was. And I haven't the slightest where he's gone now.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate you telling us all this.
You and your companions, are you injured? If you would like to bring the wounded here, I do have the slightest of healing capabilities and could assist in small ways.
I believe some of my companions are injured. I am simply tired. I need to rest. expelled all of my magical capabilities.
Is anyone else coming into the cabin?
Affirmative.
Yeah.
I have a yogurt to check on.
Okay. As you, so the three of you who are in there, I'm trying to remember, Shere and Nihilbot, you are both injured, correct? Somewhat?
Yes.
Affirmative.
All right, he is going to cast a single cast of aura upon the group that came inside and recover up to, what's his magic? Not that high, but everyone recovers 9 who's in there and missing HP.
Nice.
And you, Squirm, go and approach Jogurt outside, who, actually, Torn will go inside too, because I think he was still injured, but whatever. The fellow Yogurt puts his arms out in greeting.
Greetings, Squirm. I have been waiting for you.
You've been
Is
waiting for
that
me?
the thing?
What?
I have been waiting for you.
How do you know who I am?
Greetings, Squirm.
You got anything for me?
He kind of looks at you, looks around, and reaches down in the bushes and like yanks at some weeds, holds them out to you.
I've been waiting for you.
I'll take them.
You acquire a medical
Thanks.
herb.
Thank you, buddy. You gonna go off on your own now?
He just kind of wanders back towards the cliff and looks out over the ocean once more. Just watching the waves roll in.
Glad to know you're okay, bud. Maybe we'll see you again. You enjoy the view. And
As he looks out over the waves, a single tear rolls out of his eye.
I'll go pat him on the shoulder. I'll say, we'll meet again, buddy. We'll meet again. I promise.
You just hear,
I have been waiting for you.
I know. I know.
Is he like a Pokemon? All he can say is yogurt in various forms.
And Gong comes into the cabin with the rest of you. I'm certain you're tired from the last battle. You are welcome to stay here if you wish. We do not have any beds or particular places to sleep, but the floor or the outdoors, or you're welcome to rest here as long as you need.
That does sound lovely. And she's gonna go curl up by the like a big cat, just curl up by the fire.
Are you purring?
I might be. Very loud purr.
Compatriots, I will attempt to converse with this peasant.
This peasant.
As he is a country folk, I will translate my speech.
Oh no.
Take a minute.
Shooey, friend, how'd you get out here?
Who is this directed at? Is this at Gong or is this at the old man?
This is a gong.
This is at Gong?
I cast egress immediately.
Egress of shame.
Yeah, just egress of necessity.
I have lived out here for many years now. I built this cabin and now live here with my uncle.
Why'd you have to think about that?
I suppose I'm used to calling him by name. He was a priest after all, Father Rodrigo.
Your family tree must look interesting.
Well, I suppose. I don't think it's uncommon to have uncles.
What is the purpose of this cabin?
It is a place of dwelling for living, protection from the elements.
Why'd you build it so close to the gate?
I suppose I just wanted to live far from civilization, and no one else was living out this far from the city.
I suspect he is wanted.
I'm not wanted. Well, not wanted, but not criminally wanted.
Unconvinced.
The standard robot.
My bad. What do you think, compatriot?
I don't know. Do I feel like these two have given us any reason to suspect them?
Roll insight.
Okay. Uh, 10 out of 13.
10 out of 13. As far as you can tell, they've been truthful. The pauses in speech seem to be more in being unsure how to respond to Nihilbot's strange questions than trying to hide anything. It seems more like they're kind of caught off guard rather than that they're being secretive.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll turn to Nihilbot and say, I don't think they've given us any reason to doubt them or suspect them. I think given the circumstances, we should probably make our way back to Guardiana and make sure that there's no lingering forces there.
Agreed.
Before you go,
The old man speaks up.
I do have a few things that may be of use to you if you would like them. It seems
sure,
like
thanks,
you're...
Rand.
It seems that you're bound for more conflict. Allow me just a moment, please.
And he goes and under the bed pulls out like a small box chest, whatever, and puts it up on the table. And he reaches in and pulls out a couple of pouches and one larger, smaller than this box, but larger box than the other pouches. And setting them out on the table, he says,
Here, these should help you recover yourself should it become necessary.
I don't know.
Why is that getting louder?
They are
it's
very loud.
So loud.
They're supposed to be loud.
The sound effect jump scare.
They're supposed to be loud.
And popping open the smaller box, you can see that there are 3 vials of a golden liquid inside. So you acquire and can divide amongst yourselves 3 pixie essences and 2 healing seeds.
I need the pixie essences. At least 2 of them, if not all 3. Please. I would love them. Please.
You can divide them amongst yourselves however you wish. Torin isn't going to lay claim to anything, but he's also dry on MP.
Yeah.
Query. What is pixie essence?
It's like a small magical essence that can restore sort of mental stamina. It allows me to cast magic again.
I see. I suppose this replaces the enslaved pixies.
I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to turn to Squirm and say, "What do you need of this stock?" And also to the older man, and I will say, "Thank you very much for these. They will help us greatly in whatever we come across next."
Certainly, I have little use for such things at my old age.
I will give one of the spare short swords that I acquired earlier to Jogurt. I'll lay it right behind him.
Okay.
Oh, keep yourself safe, my friend, until we meet again. And then I'll enter the house where I can hear conversation. And
Go ahead.
I heard goodies. What are the goodies?
So what in total was brought out?
So there were 3 pixie essences and 2 healing seeds.
Healing seeds, that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
My
Can our robot friend
No, it was 2 healing seeds.
Yeah. So my goal is to be able to cast at least 1 bolt if I can, which means I need 2 of these pixie essences. And to roll well.
Well,
This is acceptable to me.
why don't you take all 3? I have my daggers. I can at least do a little bit.
Yeah. Does everybody agree with that? Let me tell you what. I could take 2, and we'll see where I sit. And if I'm doing okay, then I could give 1 to Torin.
All right, whatever seems good to you.
Okay. Let me do some rolls. Okay. My rolls for 2 of them got me to 5. But 5 blazes is better than 1 bolt. So I will probably do that. So go ahead and I'll hand one of the vials to Torin. Here, take this because I know you're pretty tapped as well.
All right, thank you. Let me, he will take that now. Actually, he's gonna hold on to it. We'll have a little bit of time, hopefully, walking back to Guardiana at least, so
Yeah,
we'll see how I'm doing when I get back there.
that's fair.
But I will add it to his inventory.
Any chance investigating the bloodied corpses of the non-electrocuted Rune Knight?
Actually, actually, when you give that to Torin, I just remembered when I glanced his inventory. Actually, give that to Squirm. I've got a couple left myself.
Oh, all right. Sure, here you go, Squirm.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'm going to step out for a moment. Thank you so much for your hospitality.
You're welcome, tall metal man.
Raddish turns to them again and says, "Before we leave, do you need anything from us? Can we provide you with weapons, or do you have weapons?"
Do I have weapons? Not particularly. I have, let me see some real fast. I have some means of hiding, but not much in the way of weapons. Got an old stick over there by the door, and you can see there's like a walking stick leaning up in the corner.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to do much damage with it if I were to swing it.
I take one of the short swords that I grabbed off a goblin.
I guess there's a few more kind of just laying around.
Yeah, but I take one of the short swords and put it on the
Yeah,
table.
I put the obvious loot list in the chat.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it.
I'm doing a search.
Okay.
I will also do a search. Hold on.
I rolled a 7 search. And I have a 7 on search.
Okay. You roll a 7 search. Was anybody else searching too? Or is it just Squirm
Affirmative.
searching?
I will search.
No,
for
I will
what
as well.
Okay, everybody who's searching can search so I can figure out what everybody finds.
What do I roll?
It's a 2d6 against your perception.
Oof. I am 11 out of 9, so I don't find anything.
Okay.
Five out of 8.
Okay. So, Squirm, you said you're specifically searching the Rune Knight. And as you're doing so, Nihilbot kind of comes up and, like, reaches straight down and pulls out a piece of parchment that you had not yet seen. It's like he just walks up and he's, like, dead on. He sees it. And he pulls it out and kind of stretches it out. And you can see on it, anyone who's looking, it's, you know, easy to read. But it's a diagram. There's little bits of text on it, but the main portion is what you can see at the center as an octagonal device, I guess. It's got measurements around it, measuring the length and width of it being approximately 8 inches, and then a depth of 4 inches where it kind of comes up and then bevels a bit. You can see an illustration showing little pegs on the bottom of it, as well as a few seemingly indentations or small buttons or such on the top side of whatever's being depicted here. And you can see down the left side kind of a series of instructions that don't seem to... They line up with... So there's a series of instructions that kind of says, like, press A1, flip B3, press B1. Kind of a series of instructions that line up with, on the depiction of the device, there's little lines coming from different sections labeled with those letter number combinations. You, Nihilbot, recognize this as the same type of key device that you believe would attach to the door at the gate. No one else has seen what this is before, aside from the depiction here.
A clue.
A clue.
I'm not inside with all of them, so I don't know if I can talk to them about it yet.
At least Raddish and Squirm had explicitly come out to look at stuff too. So they're outside with you.
Gonna not mention anything about that and just pocket that.
Okay, I mean, Squirm was right next to you, so he saw you take it and could have probably seen what was on it over your shoulder, but...
Do something about it. Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
Affirmative.
What did you find?
He found a note. I found his spear. Pretty uneventful stuff.
What sort of note?
It is written in Swahili. difficult to translate.
That must be what robots call their language.
The old Runefaust Swahili.
Oh man.
Affirmative.
Well, can
Right.
you read it? Is that in your data banks or whatever?
Processing. Negative.
I would like you to roll deception for me, please, Nihilbot.
What do I roll?
That's going to be 2d6 versus 8. It's there on your sheet, right where you've got highlighted.
I have rolled a 7.
That's reasonably convincing.
Can I roll insight against that?
You can roll detect lies. Would be
Ooh,
the
okay.
skill for that.
Don't mess with my steez.
4 out of 13.
You can tell he can definitely read it.
Okay. Where is it? I am going to invoke True Companion and try to persuade Nihilbot to share the knowledge that he's found with advantage because I have True Companion.
You can attempt to persuade, sure.
Okay.
It'll be up to him to decide whether it's persuading enough, but
Well, it's 6 out of 13.
okay, what do you say to him to try to persuade him?
I'll tell him that information is, at this point, the most valuable thing that we have on this journey, and any information that could help us uncover plans or directives that they are acting on, or could be looking for, could potentially help us get a step ahead of them.
Okay.
My databanks seem to have been updated remotely through Wing feed. It appears to be a diagram that has to do with the gate and the opening of said gate.
Interesting. So, does it seem like it's instructions to be able to open the gate? Is that something that we would be able to do?
Affirmative, though I do not know what lies beyond. Only that I am supposed to ensure the gate is not tampered with.
Well, would you, in your cybernetic wisdom, consider a proper opening of the gate to be congruent to tampering?
Yes.
Indeed. Well, I'll turn to Torin and I'll look at him and just be like, well, what do you think?
Well, I mean, even if the diagram shows something about opening the gate, right? We don't have whatever it is. We haven't found it. If what the priest in there was saying is right, someone from Runefaust came and took it. With that in mind, all I think we can really do is leave here, maybe check the gate again on our way back to make sure it hasn't been opened yet, and, you know, aside from that, go back to the city. I really don't know what else there is for us out here if their target has already been retrieved.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I'm on that that path as well. I think that's our best move.
Right.
I would still like to search the woodpile.
You may roll search on the woodpile.
What do I roll?
The search skill, which should be on the right side of your... No, let's see. I've been looking at my view and not at what the player view actually looks like. Your search would be... Roll 2d6 against 8.
6.
6?
6.
This is some nicely cut wood.
You've discovered wood.
I
Congratulations.
still do not trust the monk.
Well, I guess we best be making our way back unless we want to plan to rest here for longer. I know that we've expended a lot of resources. Depends how much we want to be ready for anything we come up against versus how much we want to get back there faster.
I do not tire. I am ready to go.
Well,
It's one
let's
vote
be
for
off
going.
then.
All right. Let's set off. And Torin goes ahead and heads down the hillside. And you make your way back towards where the gate is. You, as you are heading past the gate, go ahead and do roll me perception as you're kind of going and passing by, as Torin mentioned, making sure it's not opened.
Is this all of us?
Anybody who wants to look, like you're passing the gate no matter what on the way back. If you want to take a glance inside,
So,
I'm 11 out of 9, so I fail.
okay.
Did anyone wake me up?
Did anyone wake him up?
I never even went inside. So I sure didn't wake you up.
I'm sure that someone woke me
I
up.
mean, as they can see your friends leaving, Gon comes over to you and kind of shakes you by the shoulders. Your friends are leaving.
I do like the big cat stretch with the arch back. And I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks for getting attacked. That was fun. I'll see you later.
Farewell.
So I'm also going to check, do a perception on the thing. Ooh, 9 of 8.
So success for Nihil, fail for both of you guys.
And me.
Oh, and you?
7.
Okay, Nihil. As you're walking past the gate, you look with your robotic eyes and you do see that the door at the far end is ajar. But as you see that, the other three of you, the reason you don't see is as you're looking out across the landscape, you can see plumes of smoke rising from Guardiana.
Damn it.
And that's where we're going to call for tonight because it is late.
Yeah.
And I said midnight was where I wanted to end for people.
but the door is ajar.
The door's ajar.
However, all of us see that the door is a door.
my only question is, how do we handle level ups? Because I definitely.
So that's what I was
going
going to say is everybody, I believe, has gotten enough experience for one level up right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if we wanted to do that before we actually sign off, now would be a good time to do it so we start next session already leveled. So I've given
That's
you
good
your
to me.
EXP totals for the first 2 combats. So you can add those together and put them on your sheet, and then you would subtract 100 from that and increase your level to 2.
Okay.
Cool.
And
Now,
So you automatically get your stat bonuses. The sheet should automatically update your stats for you once you update your level.
yes.
As you reach level 2, you gain 1 additional UP. UP can be spent on cantrips, it can be spent on advanced skills, or it can be spent on improving skills or advanced skills you already have. You may improve any skill or learn any advanced skill with your UP. The only rule with cantrips is you can't learn one from a college you don't yet have represented in your spell or cantrip list. So you may spend that UP. You may also hold on to that UP if you don't want to spend it now or don't know what you want to spend it on. But that is the only thing that you need to actually make a decision on. Pretty much everything else is automatically handled by the level up.
And how much MP did we get back?
I'll give you back 1 MP, but I don't really think you spent more than half an hour at that cabin.
Okay.
If you make the full trek back to Guardiana, you'll regain more. If you go directly to the gate, you won't gain as much, but that will be handled at the start of next session when you decide what you're doing.
We will go to the gate.
You know, fair enough. Yeah, let me know if there's anything that you need help with on the level up or advice, because obviously I can help, but the only thing you really have to do is assign the UP.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out
And
what
you
I want to
do know if your
do.
HP or your MP increased on level up, you do get that 1, like your current goes up by 1 as well.
If your HP goes up, it will probably be going up by 2 because your health.
Oh, that's
will go
correct.
up
Yeah,
by
so you would
1.
gain, if your HP goes up, basically if you gain HP or MP on level up, you get however much that level up gave you added to your current.
Cool.
I'm not sure who all is gaining off of that, but
I gained
Me.
1 MP and 2 HP.
that's pretty big for you.
I got.
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess if
that's
people
so
want to give a
much.
rundown of what their stat gains were, since nobody else is looking at your sheet. So
Oh,
for
yeah.
the sake of anybody who wants to know about the level ups.
So I got 2 HP up to 20. I got another attack, so now I'm at 8 attack. And yeah, that's about it for me.
You getting up to 12 MP max means I have up to 3 casts of my water spell
Nice.
now because it's 4 MP to cast. Ninja magic is kind of expensive, but it's pretty chunky when it needs to be.
I got 2 HP and I think 1 MP. And
Yeah, you and I would have gotten the same because I think our builds are fairly similar.
yeah, and my spell damage is +8 now, which is cool. Oh, and my attack and defense both went up to 4.
That's really nice.
Ooh, and my crit's 3, so I would have crit on all of those spells.
Yeah,
but
now
I
you'll
got a
crit
2 and a 1.
spells.
Damn.
Now you're going to
okay.
roll a bunch of 4s and 5s.
Yeah, exactly. Now I just have to figure out what the hell cantrip I want.
I gained 4 move. Ha ha.
That's a big deal.
No, in real talk, I did not even look before I updated to 2, so I don't even know.
It has on your sheet, like in the tier 1 section, what you got. So you gained 1 MP, you gained 1 strength, which got you another attack. So you'll hit for a 1d4 plus 4, I believe now. You got plus in agility, so you'll be faster in turn order, and you got plus in dexterity, so your accuracy's better. So you'll hit more accurately and harder now.
Oh. Okay, so the tier 1 aggregates what
The
your-
gains you've gotten from your unpromoted class.
Okay, so I got a +1 in everything.
Yes, you got across the board +1s.
Nice.
You've got very, like, standard growth curves.
Yeah.
Where a lot of other people have, like, some very lows thrown in there, which they're not getting any gains on this first level.
That's weird. So I have very low for strength and bulk, but I still got my +1.
Maybe it's not very low. What is it? There's
I
some
thought
curve
it was.
type that doesn't get stats on the first level up.
Low is definitely.
Yeah, low is the one that doesn't get anything on the first level up.
Oh, and I
Also
get it
consider
now.
That there may be some multipliers, rounding math that needs to occur with stats. For instance, bulk divided by 2 calculates that defense. So even if you gain a bulk, it may not necessarily mean that you're actually gaining defense.
That's true. You have to
Yep.
get every other.
Yeah. But, yeah, I've got if you're looking at the stream, I've got obviously people's stat curves kind of showing in the bottom right, where when it
I saw
shows a
that.
character, you can see what their growth rates are. Doesn't really clue you into their base stats. So like some people, I think Nihilbot's got a couple of like really high stats that have really low growths. So like he starts with a high base, but he's not going to get much more. So it doesn't really show that information, but it's something. I want to have a little info card. Originally I was thinking about having like everybody's spell and item list, and I was like, that's just going to be a lot to change constantly.
Yeah.
So I've got like combat options and stat curves, and I feel like that's enough to kind of show you what people have. But yeah, I think with that, we'll call it for this evening. I don't know when exactly we'll be doing this again, so I'll like say in the Discord, obviously I've got worked out with you guys, because I kind of, if possible, like to move it to a day that'll let us be more frequent than every other Monday, which is what Oppie's schedule puts us at if we're on Mondays.
Yeah.
But we'll figure this out. I'd love to do it more frequently. And yeah, so thanks for everybody who hung around and watched this playtest. Hope it was interesting. Yeah?
Will this VOD be posted somewhere?
I can definitely put it on my YouTube if you'd like me to. I'll probably also highlight it so it stays on my Twitch.
Yeah, you should put it on YouTube.
So yeah, I'll highlight it so it'll stay on Twitch and not disappear, and then I'll also export to my YouTube. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging around. If you have any questions or interest in the system, feel free to hop in my Discord. And eventually, once we've done a little more playtesting and I'm more comfortable with where everything is, I do want to release this, obviously, publicly so everybody can play it. Because I'm not putting in this much work for something only we'll use.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you so much. Have yourselves a good night, and I will catch you guys later. Thank you guys for playing.
Good night.
Good
Bye
night.
bye.